All right, chat. How are we doing? What's up? What's up? I forget what my intro is supposed to be for this stream. Um, but here it is. We're doing the year in review Google Sheet stream. Um, this is turning into kind of like a tradition. This is my fifth year doing this. I started in 2020 and skipped 2021. I didn't do it. I did 2020 and then 22, 23, 24, 25. This is the fifth iteration of this. I'm cute. Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. So I'm changing the format a little bit this year because every time I do this stream, it ends up being like fucking 4 or 5 hours long, 6 hours, somewhere like that. I played a lot of games this year. What I'm doing this year, you can already see. I listed all the do not finishes just over here, and I'm gonna go through them first actually, and Donkey Kong Bonanza, which I didn't play, but I did watch a playthrough of. So I really just want to talk about like things, you know. There's your disclaimer. I didn't actually play the game, but I do have some thoughts, right? So it's like kind of the do not finish corner, but not quite. Okay. And then after that, as you can see, I did go to the Game Awards yesterday, and I'll be talking about that. I have some thoughts. I have some thoughts on the Game Awards. Trust me. We'll get there, but stay tuned. Stay tuned. That's your programming notice. Stay tuned. Game Awards 2025 coming up soon. Okay. All right, let's lock in. This is basically gonna be me rambling. If you didn't get the memo already. A guy who thinks. I am a big thinker. People have been saying this. Okay. Do not finish corner. And these are not going to be as long of reviews, obviously. So, it's 9 p.m. Do you know where your kids are? It's not 9 p.m. It's 4:21 p.m. Actually, it's not 9 p.m. Unless that's some meme I don't get. Okay. Subnautica. Some of these at the start of the year, I'm going to be a lot hazier, I'm going to be honest. This is in a chronological order of when I started playing them, not necessarily when I finished throughout the year. So, Subnautica, here's about what I remember. I got probably like 3 hours in. I did one session, and I think I pretty quickly realized what the game is, and I think my conclusion is, by the way, this is going to be a theme with a lot of these. It's, I don't know if the game's doing anything like wrong necessarily, besides the fact that I think the grinding loop of survival games is fucking boring. Like, I've tried them so many times. I'm talking like, you know, back when fucking like Minecraft first went public in like early 2009 or 2008, whenever that was. Even back then, I didn't like the fucking survival grind loop. I just don't like it. I heard Subnautica was different, so I tried it. It wasn't different. It's the same shit. It's the same shit, except the difference is they tell their story in fucking in fucking like Dishonored journals and audio logs. And there wasn't a lot in the first couple hours. I heard it gets crazy, but I don't know. I'm a hater, so that's my do not finish for that. Omori. Okay, heard a lot of stuff about this one. This one caused some waves, right? This caused all those memes of like fucking quirky Earthbound inspired RPG about depression. You know, remember those? Are those still going around? By the way, I'm out of the loop, but whatever. So, I know a lot of people like this game, so gave it a shot. Honestly, same thing. It just didn't really grab me. It was look, I don't know how to say this. Okay, I I think subtlety's for cowards, right? Don't get me wrong. I don't know. I don't know. The first couple hours of this game was like too far for me, even, right? Like a little bit too far. Um, I think they got the spirit, certainly, but and this is a thing where, because I like to usually catch myself, because I like games where they swindle you into thinking it's one thing and then it turns into another thing. I'm not talking about like the plot ideas or the themes they present or anything like that, or even like the emotional context. I'm talking about like the way dialogue is written. It just kind of irked me a little bit. You know what I mean? And it's like, damn, I'm playing an RPG where I kind of there's something that kind of bugs me about like every line in this game, just like the way people talk. So whatever. I was pretty much done with that after a couple hours, and the combat was like pretty like bog standard turn based with um, uh, like rock paper scissors type advantage stuff. Um, at least from what I saw. Granted, yes, it was early in the game. Does it probably develop more? Sure. Um, Random encounters felt a little slow. I don't even remember if it was random encounters at this point. Again, this is the problem with me not writing this shit down as I actually go through it. More on that later. Um, but yeah, I was kind of whelmed. Was kind of whelmed by the combat, and writing wasn't doing it for me. So I bounced off. I just slurred like 5 words into one word there. Okay, Far Changing Tides. This one was Game Club selection. There's a lot of these out of here. I was very bad about this year. As I was looking down, I'm like, damn, this it's like fucking 6 games in a row almost where I where I did this with. Um, uh, so last year I played the prequel to this. I think I didn't review it. Far Lone Sails, I think it's called. Um, Far Changing Tides, it's like the same shit. Because I didn't review the first one, basically, a TLDR is it's like, you ever played Limbo or Inside? It's that. It's that, except Limbo and Inside came out in like 2011, 2016. These came out in like 2017 and 2023 or something like that. Um, that's pretty much what it is. It's interesting. There's some. I'll give them credit. They have some pretty. There's very strong attention to detail and like good environmental storytelling in these games. Well, I guess one way they're different from Limbo and Inside. Limbo and Inside are more. The thing on top of those is that there's like a light puzzle element for each zone that you get into, and there kind of is in these games, but it's more like a management sim is the wrong term. I don't know. I'm bad with words, so let me just describe it. You're operating a vehicle, and the vehicle is scrolling to the right side of the screen, and then you bump into obstacles, and then it's how do I get past the obstacle. Now, part of your traversal is that you have to do a bunch of upkeep for your thing that's going along the terrain. So, like, for example, I need to run over here and like put out this fire. I need to run over here and put more gas in the engine. I need to fucking run over here and then operate the crane that's on the back of the vehicle and pick something up so that I can grab it, put it into the storage area because that's a key item for later. It's like you're like kind of auto scrolling, but then you're running around doing your maintenance, and it's like there's more of that management element in Far Changing Tides, which was so interesting to me because when I was forced to engage with it more, I kind of liked it less, and I haven't been able to fully figure out why. I mean, I guess it kind of answers itself. It's because I didn't like that part of the game, but it's like, why don't I like that part of the game? You know what I mean? shouldn't that be more interesting than just like walking to the right? Um, I don't know. I don't really have a good answer for that. I think like um, maybe it was like I felt like I wasn't able to really pay attention to a lot of the backgrounds and the the random debris lying on the floor and shit like that, which is the interesting part of the game. It sounds kind of silly saying that, but it legitimately is. It's the good part of the game, and I feel like I pay attention to it less. So I don't know. I didn't finish this all the way. I probably got like more than halfway through though, so I played a decent bit of this one. That's true, Jim. That's true, Jim. You are worse. You are worse about that. I can't hate though. I can't hate. Okay, Inscription. Same thing here. It's gonna be the same story for all these guys. I played for a couple hours, realized what the game was, and I'm like, I don't want to do this for 15 hours. um, I'm bad at these games. I'm so bad at deck builders. This is what you have to realize, right? Like I think there's something that I'm just missing, to where this shit just like makes sense to some people, and I'm talking like video game card games and even like I don't know, even like tabletop deck builders. Same idea. It's like I don't know how to build my deck and work around like I could think of like what a hypothetical strat is, but I don't know how big's my deck supposed to be, and like should I be getting rid of cards or adding cards, and like I don't know. Right, like I never know. So I was getting diffed by the tutorial in the game, because I heard that too. BP. But I was getting diffed by the tutorial because that's chapter 1 is you do the card game. And I couldn't beat it. I was getting stuck. I was getting like hard stuck. I unlocked everything that you can unlock as far as I could tell. And I just kept, it's like a 10-minute run to get back to the boss. And then I was getting fucking owned by the boss, and I could not think of anything. And I was at the point where like, okay, so do I cheat and look up a guide, or do I just stop playing? And then I stopped playing. So there you go. I got diffed by Inscription. And like, and here's the other thing, right? Obviously, I'm playing it because I'm playing this because I know the guy who made the game is a fucking cheeky little individual, right? Like that's why I'm playing. But at the same time, just based on what I played, I felt like I could kind of guess where it's going. Was I right or not? I don't know. But the initial conceit, I guess, didn't draw me in. Besides, like, I've seen you make this game before. I've seen you write this before. So I don't know. Maybe I would have been wrong, but we'll never know. We'll never know. That's the beauty of the DNF corner, guys. Okay, Fear. This game's okay, honestly. I also play this one for Game Club. The AI, so this is the most interesting part of the game, obviously. This is what you hear about this game ever since it came out. It's like, this has the best AI in video game history. They've never gotten better than this. Let me tell you what they do, okay? They set up... Again, the fact that this is in 2005 is pretty impressive. Don't get me wrong. But they set up constrained arenas that you fight enemies in. And then there's like a small hallway, and then you get to the next arena. In each arena, there's a bunch of walls and flank points that are set up everywhere. And what the AI will do is, because you're like contained in a small enough space, they'll be like, if you're in this general area, then depending on how many people are alive. And they give you audio cues for this, which is like the cool part, right? They'll be saying on comms to each other, like, he's hiding over here. And then that's your cue that someone's going to start flanking you, right? But like, even without the cue, they'll generally be set up in such a way where they'll be covering different vantage points and stuff like that. They throw grenades in this game if you're hiding, which is, I mean, not super mind blowing, but again, like 2005 first person shooter AI, actually, like, before you even see the enemy, they're recognizing you're probably in cover over here because they've looked everywhere else, so they're going to throw a grenade at the one spot they haven't checked yet. That is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie. That is pretty cool. Now, are they like, is the AI like fucking reading your mind and all that other shit that I was hearing and adapting to how you play? Like, not really. They're not really doing that, This isn't like some fucking, we're not in 2037. But it's still interesting and cool. But you see how they're doing it because the amount of variables are so small, right? Like, these are very confined arenas, and they all have kind of the same layout and obvious flank points that, like, the AI can railroad themselves into, and so their cones can check for, these specific points and stuff like that. So it's good level design, almost more than good AI, which is not what you hear about this game very often. The story's stupid. I have nothing to say about the story. It's like, it's funny stupid though. So for some people that's a positive, but it's like a horror game that's not scary and it's stupid. It's one of those. So I'm saying a lot positive about this. The reason why I didn't finish is because every level is the same, pretty much. Every level's the same. They don't have that many enemy types, honestly. Like, I even checked near the end of the game, and they're kind of recycling the same enemies. But, if you find this game cheap, like, for a couple hours, and you just, like, want to see how it works, I think definitely worth it. Like, I'm not mad about my experience with it. And maybe you like it, and then you want to finish the whole thing, whatever. Bazinga, what's up, Crimson? Next game here, Children of the Sun. This is a... Okay, so... I'm trying to think how to describe this. This is a pretty unique game, too. Also a book club, game club, whatever. We just use that interchangeably. Whatever, game club game. You have an arena that is set up. And then in 3D space, you are a sniper. You run around the perimeter of the level, and all the enemy positions are frozen. And then you fire a bullet, and once you fire the bullet, you go into bullet time, and then everything on the map freezes. And you can curve the bullet to a certain, like, let's say like 30 degrees either way. It's kind of super hot, but not really. Gem, this is the thing. It's kind of super hot, but not really, because you shoot your shot and then it freezes, and then it's like you have to set up like a super combo where, with your one bullet you gotta kill like fucking 3, 4, 5 people, so you have to get it lined up perfect and then shoot, and then after that there's still some like there's a bit of like timing and execution trickery to it. Like you gotta hit some sharp angles. You gotta be like 0.1 seconds after you hit the first guy, you gotta like move your mouse way the fuck over here, right, to be able to hit the sick angle and then hit the other guy. And then you gotta like look down and then hit the fucking explosive tank and then all this other stuff. So it's it's cool, but like that's the game. You know, the whole game is just variants of that, and there's other stuff like sometimes you have to headshot them. Sometimes you have to like you're not hitting a person, you're hitting like a fucking car, right? Um, but that's pretty much the game. Stop for the same reason as Fear, basically. It's because you see the game in the first hour and it doesn't change, and it keeps going for like 10 hours. So if you like it a lot, then there's more levels. And if you're like me and you're kind of whatever, then you pretty much see in the game. Yeah, they don't yell super shot when you win. They do have, like, super hot, though. They have the replay thing. So that's a dub. That's a dub. Good for them. So yeah, that's Children of the Sun. Okay. This is the one you guys have been waiting for. Alright, Hollow Knight Silksong. Now get ready to lock in for the next 20 minutes. Get ready to lock in for the next 20 minutes, okay? So, many ball knowers out there will remember, I've not lived this down. A couple years ago, I reviewed Celeste. I want to say 2022. I reviewed Celeste, and I was like, it was okay, right? Worst mistake I've ever made. People still bring that up to me sometimes. They're like, dude, you have no fucking taste. All right, I did not finish Hollow Knight Silksong. All right, there's your short review. Long review, okay? I've had a lot of time to mull this over in my head and how I wanted to approach talking about this. So I guess let me start here. So the first Hollow Knight, I played a couple years after it came out. I stopped playing that one pretty early because I didn't think the first area was designed in a way that made sense to me, as in like I was getting lost all the time. Like I would be, as you do, you go into your different areas in your Metroidvania because you're trying to see where everything is, and it's like I thought I had fucking dementia or something, right? I distinctly remember the experience of like I walk into a room and then I like do some shit and then I walk back out and I'm like, whoa, where did I just come from? Where is this? What was I just doing? And then I like look around again. I'm like, fuck, where did I come from? You know, where was my last save point at? Why do all these rooms look the same? And it's all the same background and the same tiles and there's no landmarks anywhere? How come you go into one room and there's like 15 fucking branching paths you can go down? Cotton Eye Joe, thank you. So that's why I put down the first Hollow Knight, right? But there's other stuff that I liked, you know, like the core, like how the game was actually feeling in the combat and stuff. I thought there's some good ideas there and stuff like that. So whatever, I jumped onto the Skong hype. Not gonna lie, I I kind of bought the game just on principle because it's like, dude, it's like one of the there's people fucking losing their minds, you know, getting hyped up for the game and shit like that, and then you know just fucking almost shadow drop the game and be like, you know, fucking what it was $20, right? $20 or $30 for this game, absolutely ridiculous. So whatever, I wanted to kind of give it another shot just on principle and like, hey, maybe they're gonna fix some of the things that I didn't like, right? It was mainly the getting lost, but also, okay, I'll save that for later. But whatever, fix some of the stuff that I didn't like about it, and keep the good, and whatever, you know, I might be there for like the best game ever. So here's the thing, okay? I think the conclusion I came to, after putting down the game after a couple sessions is that this is not the conclusion, by the way. I already knew this part. I'm not someone who is intrinsically driven by the achievement aspect of video games, okay? Doing something for the sake of an accomplishment and a job well done, gonna be honest, nothing against people that like going to video games for this, but I usually feel challenged enough by, keeping up on my career and my fitness and my hobbies, my other stuff, right? I usually play video games for different reasons. The fact that like it's hard and it's an accomplishment to beat it doesn't do anything for me. It's zero, right? This isn't to say that hard games don't have any value to me. And this is kind of the thing that I was trying to reconcile because like I think that there's games, I don't have that set up, Fallen, sorry. There's games that are that try to appeal to those people that are driven by achievement, but they go about it in different ways, right? There's different ways to get to the same conclusion. That's going to be different depending on different people. How do you specifically get that drive out of someone? What's your thing that differentiates you to get people to keep going on that? I like Melee. Dude, what the fuck is up, dude? I haven't talked to you in years. What's going on, man? What's up, dude? So I think there's different ways to do it, right? And let's go back to the Celeste example, right? This is kind of what I said a couple years ago. The thing that didn't do it for me in Celeste basically is like, okay, they are trying to drive you towards the achievement axis by saying, this is something that is hard and you may be tempted to quit, but there's a lot to be said about engaging in perseverance and recognizing that with enough time and effort you're going to be able to do this, and it's something that leads to personal growth, and you learn about your limits and how much you can blah 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 blah, et cetera, right? So that's what they're doing, and for some people that's going to resonate with you, and for some people it's just not. And in my case, that kind of like what I was saying earlier, that doesn't really do a lot for me because that's not a super profound revelation, I guess. That's something that I already internalized. It's just that I apply it in places outside of video games a lot of the time. Let's go to another example, a game that I like a lot, Cuphead, right? I heard a lot of people... See, I had to do some self-reflection because in the Silk Song discourse of this year, right, I heard a lot of people say, like, fucking, you want to talk about a fucking stupid rage bait game, what about Cuphead? And I heard that, and I was like, that's ridiculous. That's not a rage bait game. But upon further thought, I could totally see how people would think that, right? Because, like what that game does to drive you, and this does just happen to connect more with me, is like they want to just like, they taunt you, right? That's what they do. They taunt you. You're just so close to beating the boss, you can't see their health bar the whole time, and then you lose, and then you see the little counter go across the screen, and you see you're like one tick away from ending the fight, and then they're like, oh, too bad. That pisses you off, right? It's like, man, I can't stop now. That's kind of the core thing that keeps you going in that game, right? Every enemy's got some stupid fucking like fucking troll face grin on, and they got, steam coming out of their ears and shit. It's like, come on, I'm not gonna lose to this fucking guy, right? Like, what kind of a person would I be if I let myself lose to someone that looks like that, right? That's that primal instinct that they're getting me on with that game. And I can see how for some people that does nothing for you, right? So the way I was saying the Celeste thing did nothing for me, maybe the Cuphead does nothing for another person. So another example of one that I like a lot, Doom Eternal. That's more straightforward and easier to understand because it's a power fantasy. So the thing driving you forward is that you look cool when you win, right? You can use Devil May Cry as your example here too. Same idea. It's that you look cool, and that's what makes you want to keep going. Uh, uh, it's there's a little more to it than that, I guess. In Doom Eternal, that's an extremely well made game, but that's the core of it. And I think that's like very easy to understand. But again, maybe if you're someone who like doesn't care about like looking cool inside the video game, then that probably doesn't do anything for you necessarily, right? Um, which brings me to Silk Song. So Silk Song, uh, much like Dark Souls and insert whatever fucking game you want here, right? What these games like to do, psychologically, notice the other three examples I'm talking about from a psychological perspective, right? The feelings that they're trying to get in you while you're playing the game, not like literal mechanical intricacies, but psychologically, they're trying to make you feel like the game's not possible, right? It is because it's a single player video game that had fucking QA. So it is, right? It's intended, in fact, to be beaten. But they want you to make it feel like everything that exists and has been built is against you. And it is a struggle to get anywhere. They want you to feel the despair the whole time, right? And that is not for me. That's your TLDR. I could get more into it, right? I could talk about runbacks, I could talk about corpse runs, I could talk about traps, I can talk about fucking contact damage, I can talk about ads, I can talk about damage sponges, fucking whatever, right? But at the end of the day, what I just said earlier is actually why I don't like it. And all that other stuff, all these other things are pluses for people who like the atmosphere that it's trying to set up, right? All these other things are pluses for those people. So is it bad? And that's the question, right? Is it bad? I find it hard to say so. But yeah, that's my back and forth I've had to go down with the game. I don't know. Maybe I'll come back to it. I think about it sometimes. It's like, maybe I'll come back to it and then I end up playing something else. So who knows? Maybe we'll see an update on Silksong next year. What's up, Tribal? So I guess that's my dissertation. One thing I will say, I'm gonna sneak one in here. Okay? Because I think corpse runs do fucking suck. I would like to hear one example of a corpse run that's good. Okay? A corpse run that has added something to a game. Okay? I would like to hear an example. I can tell you why it's a negative in a Metroidvania, and it's very simple. Metroidvania, right? A genre that encourages you to try and go to different parts of the map, see everything, explore different locations. And then you have this corpse run mechanic where when you die in the boss room, unless you want to lose all of your fucking equipment and currency, you have to face tank the boss until you beat it. Like, do these things not clash against each other, perhaps, right? So I don't know. That I fit in one soapbox moment, but I kept it to a reasonable extent, I think. So there you go. That's my thoughts on Silksong. That's my first long one of the night. And it looks great. Looks excellent. That's my other point. Okay. Next game. Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair. Didn't finish this one. So the premise of this game, basically, it's another game club game. The premise of this game is you have one long level that you can just challenge at any time. It takes it's like 15 minutes to go through it or some shit like that, which that's the final boss of the game, right? If you can get through this level without dying at any point, the game's over. Then up until then, something that can help you is you can do all these extra, like, smaller levels in which you go through it. If you clear the level, then you get an extra hit point for the final level. And then you also need to collect, I forget what they call it, but they're Yoshi coins, right? Extra optional, like, collectibles. You're going through the level, and you get your Yoshi coins, and then you complete it. Then you end up hitting a fucking, famous rare paywall. And then you give them your Yoshi coins, and you unlock your next set of levels so that you can get more hit points for the last level. Okay. That's the game. The game plays like Donkey Kong Country, like it to a kind of crazy extent, which is weird because the first game was Banjo-Kazooie, but this one's Donkey Kong. I guess that's not that crazy now that I say that, because there's you can see how someone would be a fan of both of these at the same time. But it plays like Donkey Kong Country. When I was first going through this game, I felt like your kit was kind of limited because of that. It's like, all you have is your roll and your spin and whatever. That's pretty much it, and your jump, obviously. But the enemy design and the level design is pretty good. Can't lie. It is pretty good. The little lingering feeling that never quite went away for me is like, I feel like I can't go that fast in this game. Because on a first go through, because they have some gotchas in the way that they build it. Not gotchas as in like there's no way you would be able to know this, but like if you're just holding forward the whole time, you're gonna get hit. Because and it's simply because you're not gonna have the reaction time to see this like unexpected wrinkle that popped up in the level, and therefore you're gonna get hit. They do that kind of thing a lot, and getting hit is pretty punishing in this game. So it makes you want to go slower, and that's something that like got a little old. Yes, the old Sonic the Hedgehog, exactly. This is also probably my biggest complaint about 2D Sonic when I played those games. So that's probably my biggest complaint. The reason why I didn't beat the game is because this last level is fucking insane. Like, it is so much harder than all the other levels in the game. Like, it's not funny. It's a crazy difficulty spike, and it makes me wonder, surely there had to be a better way to like ramp you up to the last level. It's like I felt like I was just so unprepared. I don't know. It's and we this is something that like our group that played this game, we kind of talked about this point a decent bit. Like, what could they have done? I don't know. We didn't really come up with a good answer necessarily, but yeah. Didn't beat it because got hard stuck. Did a decent amount of attempts. I'm not gonna say it wasn't fun, but I have to call it did not finish because I did not finish it, right? So there you go. Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair is that one. Arco. Okay, Arco. This game is another Game Club game. It's like it's like a half real time SRPG without a grid. Right? So it's like full plain 2D space. And there's SRPG mechanics of like, you know, you can only move a certain distance, and then all your moves that you do take action points, and they have ranges and stuff like that. But there's some real-time elements, like you'll have, while time is frozen and you're thinking, there'll be some like things that are trying to hit you anyways while you're thinking, so you have to hurry up and act like kind of quick and move around. Just pretty interesting. It's very unique, certainly. I can't say I've ever played a game that's quite like that. Some people would really get into this for sure. Like if you find the right person, I could see them saying like, yeah, this is one of my favorite games, very easily. Um, but this was not me. I think my complaint kind of is, aside from the battle system, how they have this set up is like, here's your RPG town. You talk to some people. They have some dialogue. It's like kind of interesting, right? I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. I'll just say okay. Then you have a shop. You can talk to the shopkeep, whatever. A couple NPCs, and then you like go out of town and do your mission. While you're going through the other environments, you'll run to random encounters. You get a decent amount of random encounters in this game, and for each encounter, you're thinking, "Oh, an RPG random encounter. This is gonna take me like a minute to finish the fight." No, it's not gonna take a minute because this system is so complex and there's so much shit going on, and you have to think about so much. Right, you have to like actually be precise with where you're moving your guy every turn and stuff like that. But it still takes, let's say, like 3 hits to kill them, and you can't attack every turn. Your 1 minute random encounter turns into like 5 minutes. And if you die on the encounter and you redo it, then you find yourself kind of like retracing your steps and then like changing one thing at the end and seeing if you live this time, which becomes worse because it takes so long to finish a fight. And I guess that's what kind of did it for me. It's like the illusion broke for me, I guess, a little bit. Because I was just thinking, why would I not just play a normal turn-based RPG where this would take 30 seconds or less? Ideally less, actually. But I don't know. For someone, this system is going to speak to them more than it did for me, certainly. So shout outs. Okay. Donkey Kong Bonanza. Now let me just say here, I actually don't have a lot to say, right? The thing I'm gonna say, and this is gonna be me being a hypocrite, is, I could tell you in chat right now, if you're interested in playing Donkey Kong Bonanza, then stop listening right now because this is about to be spoiler talk. I'll give like a 5-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But I think the problem is, and it's not a problem, right? Air quotes, the problem. Me saying Donkey Kong Bonanza spoilers gives away what the fucking spoiler is, doesn't it? Right? Because if you are unfamiliar with this game, and you know it's a fucking Donkey Kong game, and people are saying spoilers for the new Donkey Kong game, then what the fuck do you think it is? It's Donkey Kong. The only crazy thing that could happen that could be a spoiler is King K. Rool comes back. And sure enough, that's what it is. Right? That's the only thing that could be a spoiler in Donkey Kong in 2025. What else is going to be a spoiler? There's fucking bananas, right? Like, come on. So that's, that it's hard. It's hard because you want to talk about the game, but you can't even say spoiler warning because that gives away what it is. So that final boss that's Nintendo's best final boss they've had in a game since Ganondorf and Twilight Princess. Straight up. Straight up. In 20 years, that's their best. That's a best boss that has shown up in a Nintendo game. Okay? And I'm not someone who thinks that like Nintendo equals gaming, but they do make a lot of games. They do make a lot of games. They make a lot of high quality games. So that's saying something. It's their best boss in 20 years. Absolutely crazy. So I mean, someone had to have, like, the amount of glazing that King K. Rool gets in this game is just fucking unreal. Like, what even happened, right? Is this because of Smash Bros? Is this because people wanted him in Smash Bros and then, some higher up internalized this as like we need to do everything in our power to bring him back in the next game? Is that what this was? I don't know. But I'm glad it happened. Cause yeah, everything that if you were a fan of Donkey Kong, that you would have wanted in a King K. Rool makes his grand return subplot, it happens. Like everything that you would think of happens, all of it. They don't leave anything out. I mean, from K. Rool showing up and fighting him the first time to the end of the game is like an hour and a half, 2 hours. It's absolutely ridiculous. So good for them. The rest of the game I have less opinions about. I think I don't know, Donkey Kong just like breaking shit and like throwing it at people and making platforms out of it, like, sure, that does something for me, I guess. Donkey Kong kind of changes what it is all the time, but I don't know, like, hopefully this one sticks around for a couple more games because it's a good idea. It doesn't really play like too many other things. Seems cool. It's my biggest issue, is that the ending seems so cool, but I can't shell out $70 just for that. It's true. Yeah. Same here. I'm not trying to, not to get in the Switch 2 discussion, but I don't know. I kind of got off Nintendo's ecosystem halfway through the Switch one because they don't discount anything, right? So it would take it would take a lot for me to buy a Switch 2. So I just kind of mentally left that out of my head for a long time. I don't know. Smash 6 and it looks heat, and I'm gonna be a sucker like the rest of them, right? Smash 6 and it looks heat. And the online's good. Don't forget that part. And the online's good. I don't even know if that one's possible. I don't even know if that's possible. But it has to be. Okay. So that's the DNF corner. It actually didn't take that long. It's like 45 minutes. Okay. All right. So I went to the Game Awards yesterday. Here's my thoughts. Okay. Um, Without talking about everything, because I do have Hades 2 later on this list. You will see. So I'm not gonna say like everything. I'm gonna save some. Uh, uh, Here's what I think. First of all, uh, going there in person, I'm gonna tell you, the arena is smaller than you think based on the production. I think this is kind of a credit to how they actually run the production there. Like, there's the lower area with all the rows of whatever, all the devs and all the fucking big name celebrities and shit down there. And then above that, in the cheap seats, which is where I was, there's like 20 rows maybe. There's like 20 rows, and then there's a third deck above that, which is another 20 rows. So not a lot. Um, the general public can buy those like lower seating areas, but they're expensive. And gonna be honest, guys, it was definitely not filled yesterday. It was definitely not filled. There was some empty seats in that lower area. I don't know if they're just banking on like the hype cycle building on itself so that more people will want to buy those at the lower level. But there were definitely empty seats. There were not empty seats in the second, third, in the cheaper seats. Those were for sure sold out and rowdy the whole time. That's the other thing too. Now, maybe I just think this because like the second, third deck was farther away from the cameras and the mics and whatnot, but it was loud. Like it was loud up there. A lot of like big crowd reactions to like everything. And on the broadcast, that doesn't really come through that much. I was trying to think, like, do they mute the crowd on the broadcast? Because a lot of the times they'll do that just so the mixing's better and you can hear who's talking, right? You can hear the trailers. Or maybe it's just because we're far away, so it doesn't get picked up as much. But yeah, the acoustics in person are great. The lighting and a lot of the stage direction and whatnot, like if you care about that type of stuff, it's a well presented and well put on production. Like it doesn't feel amateur or cheap at all, really. Um, uh, One complaint I do have about the venue, and this isn't even the venue, right? This isn't the fucking Peacock Arena. This is just kind of downtown LA. But I paid fucking $17.99 for a fucking tall boy Modelo. But before going to my seat, like, come on, what happened to us as a society? Paying $17.99 for a fucking tall boy at the theater. What are we doing? Maybe it's on me because I actually paid for it. Maybe that's my problem. But fuck, dude. I needed to get a little buzz to get through this show. So that's, I don't know. They're helping out the concessions there. Okay. Okay, here's what I think about the actual show, right? I think people complaining that like the announcements this year are bad and whatever, people say that shit every year. It honestly does not mean anything to me at this point. People say that every year. And the thing about video games, there's a lot of different video games that get made, and it's easy, and in fact, almost impossible not to find your niches of like I like this and this and this, and you can just stay in these lanes of this, this, and this, and you'll get infinite games that come out. Infinite games that are kind of like the things that you like. I mean, as long as you're not so narrow, it's like I only care about one franchise. Expand that out to like genre or just general style, I guess, and you very quickly reach there's too many games to even play. But because of that, there's a lot of other branches out here that you just don't touch at all, right? And then they get trailers at the Game Awards, and then you're like, who cares about this shit? Like, I hate when people say that. Who cares about this? Probably a lot of people, right? Probably a lot of people, for the most part. Unless it's some fucking, the trailer obviously looks bad. That's one thing, right? So I don't know. That's my thoughts on that, which is to say, I don't think the announcements were bad, even though I didn't care about most of it. My biggest dub of the night was definitely Control 2. Gonna get to that. Gonna get to Control later on the list. Control 2 is fucking sick. That trailer was awesome. I love that. And that game with the badger near the start was crazy. Like, everyone was in a buzz over that. Like, what the fuck is this game? Like, the first trailer they showed? Like, this shit looks kind of crazy. So that one caught my attention. I didn't get too much more from the show. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, some things to keep my eye on, I guess. But, yeah. Here I thought the parody game genre was dead. I thought so too, but they brought me back with that one. It looks peak. It does. Absolutely does look peak. Absolutely does look peak. So, whatever. That's the announcements. Here's my actual complaint, though. And I think this is much more obvious in person, because when I'd watch the Game Awards at home, it'd be like every 30 minutes you like get up and get some water, whatever, walk around for a bit. When some shit comes on, you come back. When you can't do that and you have to actually pay attention to everything that's going on, the faults of the show become much more apparent, right? It's not the trailers are bad. It's, I think, number one, they clearly front load the announcements, and that's weird, right? That's weird. Once you get about halfway through the show, like 2 hours in out of 4 hours, most of the shit that came after that was talking about, Miss Piggy, which was funny, by the way. I'm not even hating, right? But a couple Miss Piggy segments. The concert, which again, this was cool in person. I'm not gonna lie, and it was nice. The concert, some Miss Piggy shit, the fucking, obligatory bring in some Hollywood actors. This year it was the Street Fighter cast to do like a 10-minute segment, right? Some like other random shit like local to the LA area. They had their segment for that, and that was another like 10 minutes. And then this is when ads instead of trailers started. Like, they played the same couple ads. I'm not going to name names because I'm not giving these fuckers attention, but they played the same couple ads like 5 to 10 times each. Right? But it didn't start until the second half of the show. Like, I don't know if y'all noticed this. Like, we were trying to piece together what is going on, right? Like, do they just care more about the ad space that's closer to the end of the show? Right? And so, like, they're paying more, and that's, like, more desired, so that's where they end up? Because either way, everyone has to pay to end up on the show. But surely, if someone is just, like, trying to put together a well-paced program, you're not going to have the same ad show up, like, 10 fucking times in an hour, and 0 times the first 3 hours, right? Like, you just don't do that. Um, it was really weird and noticeable when you're there and you can't just like get up and walk away because you might miss the next trailer if you do that, right? So you're staying in place. So that was weird. That was weird. And the ads thing in general, I mean, I don't know what the financials are for the Game Awards, right? But like, Keely, you're telling me you couldn't find a game for that slot? Like, you couldn't find a game? I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, right? And a lot of time on stage was going to, you know, people promoting games that, let's just say, realistically don't have a lot of hype and excitement around them, right? Again, especially in the second half, compared to the amount of time that award winners at your awards show get to speak, which is not a lot. And this year kind of exposed this part of it pretty hard, particularly with the fact that there's only certain categories that, you know, the winner gets to speak at all. People have complained about this every year, but like, because it happened to be Expedition 33 winning 9 times, that means it was them going on stage a lot. And by the way, there were other games that won awards, right? Other games that were nominated in the Game of the Year category, even, for example, right? Ones that you might want to give some extra time to. But let's go back to Donkey Kong, right? Donkey Kong won the fucking, like, Family Game Awards, so they're not going on stage, right? Hades wins the Action Game category, so they don't go on stage. Silk Song wins Action Adventure, so they don't go on stage, right? But why don't they go on stage? You know, why is it only like, I don't even fucking remember what it is. It's like they pick random ones on the side stages, and then the ones on the main stage are like Game of the Year, Art Direction, Best Voice Actor, Sound, Game Direction, and I think that's it. And Narrative, so like 6 out of fucking like 40 awards. That's weird, isn't it? Like, isn't that weird? um, so I don't know. That's weird, right? And it was just more obvious because it was Expedition 33 every time. But that's always been there in the format the last couple of years. So, and also, okay, let's talk about the indie game thing too, because even in person, like, people were talking about this. It's like, is this really an indie studio? And it's funny because Jeff talks about this near the end. He goes, I think it's something like, I think it's a good thing that there's more indie studios. And then he was talking about it in the same sentence as like those ex EA devs that worked on Titanfall and Apex, right? Which is not dissimilar to Sandfall being people that left Ubisoft, right? And they had some publishing backing and stuff like that. But, you know, a lot of people that are like new to making games and stuff like that, right? So I think that is Jeff's definition that he's saying, which is to say you're indie if you are not in the giant massive publisher arm. Like, that's his definition. You're not EA, you're not EA, Activision, first party, Sony, Microsoft, Nintendo, fucking Ubisoft in this case. Probably like 5 to 10 others, right? If you're not in that umbrella, then, and especially if you like left there, and you're starting your own studio, then you're indie. That's the definition that's being used right now. Now here's the thing. So I don't necessarily disagree that this is a meaningful distinction from being in those massive, like huge giga publishers. But I think we can all agree, before this year, they would just have like one token indie in the Game of the Year noms. But last year, dude, I mean, you want to compare Balatro, right? You want to compare Balatro to Expedition 33 or Silk Song or Hades 2, any of them really, and say that that's the same level of resources, the same the the same studio subcategory size. I don't think so. I don't think so. We might need another word, right? We might need another word. Didn't they say themselves that they're not indie? I'm not sure if that happened or not, to be honest with you. Um, so okay, so why is Jeff drawing the line in the sand here? My opinion, right? This is just tinfoil hat, right? This is no basis in fact or reality. My tinfoil hat here is that the thought is if you're out of um, uh, the huge bubble, whatever. Let's just call it that, right? The elephant in the room is that's where a lot of the big like calamitous video game industry crash is happening now. Shit is happening. That's where it's happening, right? All the biggest publishers are essentially collapsing, right? So it's it's something to be noted that like if you're working at one of these, you can leave, start your own studio, and there are smaller, more sober publishers out there that aren't caught up in all this shit over here. Your budget's not as big, but you can make legitimately one of the best games of the year. And by the way, if you've been listening to me enough, this has been happening since Ori and the Blind Forest, in my opinion, right? I mean, if not, you could argue earlier if you go to some of the late 2000s Steam games or your Xbox Live Arcade games, right? But Ori and the Blind Forest is the same type of like indie game that Expedition 33 or Hades 2 or Silk Song is, right? That was 10 years ago. But we're at the point now where, and I think this actually is important, right? For as mainstream of a place as the Game Awards, half of the noms were this type of indie game. Like this is just the way it works now. This is not like something that's abnormal that we need to point out. We're going to get a lot of quality games in this style every year. And they're not going to be bogged down with a lot of the other bullshit, And I think that's what Jeff is trying to say. And so I'm not saying I'm using Jeff as a shorthand. It's probably not just one person that makes these choices. But in that rationale, I can see how you circle back around to, well, Expedition 33 is an indie game because it doesn't have all of the other AAA bullshit going on with it. And like I opened with, I think we need a new word. I think we need a new word. I think we had that word before it was called double A. But I don't know. That's not what it is either. So we need another word. So I don't know. I guess that's my thoughts. Like I was saying before, the actual production they put on is great. A lot of the extra stuff, like the sound is excellent. Um, the like light show that they put on, fucking great. Good direction. Um, Second half of the show, very poorly paced. They have to find a way to make that better, and I think most people would agree they gotta find a way to get more people on stage giving speeches at these things, right? And like, I get it because you want to fit in announcements, right? Because that's very core to the Game Awards also, because it's half award show and it's half E3. But you gotta find a way, man. Some of these segments were very, very cuttable, but it's not because they're probably paying you, right? But like, like I keep going back to like, bring out the fucking Hollywood parade. That Street Fighter segment could have been a 30-second trailer. That Street Fighter segment could have been a 30-second trailer, and then let's get fucking Super Giant and Team Cherry up on the stage for a minute each, right? Like, why can't we do that? Seriously. And I guess that's my thoughts. I'd say if you have the chance to go in person, right now tickets are still pretty reasonably priced. I don't know how many more years that will be the case in the future. The environment was great, like I was saying. The show itself, the content leaves something to be desired. But it's better being around a lot of people who really, really care about games. Like it's not all Hollywood phonies in there. Let me tell you. Let me tell you. So it was pretty fun. And that's the Game Awards. Absolutely, Jim. If tickets weren't open to the public, it would be lame. For sure. I feel like it's really hard to quantify words like indie or double A, so I prefer they categorize off budget, like low budget, mid budget. I wouldn't mind that either. The argument becomes, well, what's your dollar cutoff? But functionally, that's probably more accurate. Yeah. Best $1 game. Vampire Survivors Sweep, whatever year that came out. Over under $1 spent on that game. Be so honest, chat. Over under $1. Oh man. Okay. Zone of the Enders, the second runner, Mars Anubis. So this was a game that was gifted me by Gemini Hero in chat here. I need to refresh myself on this game. So this reminds me, I need to pull up my thing here. Finally gonna start ranking stuff, everyone. Finally gonna start ranking stuff. We're an hour in, a little over an hour. Game Awards, I'll give it a 0. Okay, Zone of the Enders 2. I'm gonna open up the score here. I'm gonna give this a 6. Okay, but you can reach a 6 in a lot of different ways. Okay, you have to understand this game has some of the most wide swings in quality I've ever seen in a game. It's actually quite insane. Like, in the span of 30 minutes playing this game, you will have the most insane fucking peak shit ever happen. And then you'll face something that feels like it like literally wasn't tested. It's so shit. Right? And it's just like right one after the other. It's absolutely unreal. So that's my TLDR. This game is, it's like, this game's like an early 2000s style hack and slash. I know people like call it different stuff, but it's like what the genre was kind of like before Devil May Cry 3, if that makes sense, right? Like before it turned into about like doing combos and shit. It's one of those. But the gimmick is you're in a mech. Okay, you're in a mech and you have full XYZ axes that you're moving around because you're flying and shit. And you have a sword for some reason because who the fuck cares, right? Don't ask. So you fly around, you shoot shit, and then you do fucking melee combos with your sword. And then you have a block and you have a dodge and etc. So this is one of those games where I want to say the controls suck, and they kind of do, but it's just because like the control scheme's not made for humans; it's for aliens, right? Like the way it feels is pretty good. Like I don't have complaints in terms of it feels responsive. It's not really laggy, really. Um, and it's like I'm sure if you get used to the controls, you play the game long enough, it's fine. But like the bindings are weird, are very weird, and the way the game works just it doesn't make sense. I don't know how else to put it. Like you have a lock on, but it sucks. It's like so bad you don't even want to use it, right? But maybe that's just because I don't get how it works. Um, there's a lot of stuff like that going on. So, um, uh, yeah, there's that. Um, the game looks crazy. Like the style is off the charts. Like Jen was saying here, this game came out after Metal Gear Solid 2. It's running on the same engine. Um, and look, I'm gonna be honest here. Like the style of the PS2 Metal Gears is like pretty fucking immaculate, right? And a lot of the aesthetic choices bleed way the fuck through on this game, and just like stuff with the sound design too, the Y2K like you know dark cyberpunk future type fucking all that shit is just it's so heavy. It's so heavy in this game, and it's very cool. It's very well done. Um, I feel like I kind of said most of what I want to do, what I want to say. It's like I could talk about all the stuff that's peak, but it's like I don't know. It's hard to describe unless you actually play this game. It's like it's fucking nonsense, right? Like there is a story to this game. It's ridiculous. Like I said again, I feel like I have a tolerance for shit that's ridiculous, but like it's so fucking irreverent that it's just insane. It's insane. Like there's there's some parts that are like, oh, that was raw as fuck. Like they set the context up for their levels that they have well, but they some of this dialogue they don't sound like fucking humans. They sound like aliens. I keep going back to my this is a game for aliens thing, but like some of the shit they say is insane. It's like what the fuck? It's just played straight. It's just played straight. You just take fucking psychic damage playing this game. Um, the final boss is is so fucking raw that it feels like it's worth it just going through the whole thing. You get to the final boss, it's so fucking raw. It's so fucking raw. Um, so I don't know. I was jumping all over the place with that, but that's this game pretty much. So okay. Next game here we have Chicory: A Colorful Tale. So, everyone that's in this chat probably already knows what I think about this game. So here's what I would like to say. Every game that I've given a 10 so far is Guitar Hero 3, Shadow of the Colossus, Kingdom Hearts 2, Portal 2, Metal Gear Solid 1, Ori and the Blind Forest, and now this is number 7. This is my game of the decade so far. Chicory A Colorful Tale came out in 2021. I'm going to hold back on spoilers because I think if on the off chance, right, someone's watching the YouTube VOD, not a lot of people have heard of this game, not nearly enough. I refuse to spoil the story of this game. But that's all you need to know. Like, despite what it looks like, there is a story here and it's good. It's so much better than you think it is. It's really fucking crazy. It's absolutely insane. I mean, this is like pushing the medium forward stuff, in my opinion. And it gets there in like an unorthodox way. So I almost want to leave it at that. But the crux of the game, basically, this is like a 2D Zelda mixed with a coloring book aesthetic and an idea of, you know, drawing to progress. Like, your powers are drawing on the page and coloring things in and scribbling. Gets more complicated than that. But, like, you know, you ever this might speak to some people, right? You ever play some shit like fucking Scribblenauts and Drawn to Life and stuff like that, like 15, 20 years ago, and you're just like, man, I wish there was like a version of this game, but it was good. That's what this is. This is that, but it's like good. You know, I'm not even saying those games aren't good, but this is like good. You know? This is like, how did no one think of this sooner? So it's so smart. It's so smart, man. It's the way that drawing is used to solve puzzles and be used as progression throughout the game is one thing, but I guess I am gonna have to talk about the story. Spoiler, right? This is a game where you are playing the role of a character, you know, your titular character, you name your MC. You start off as a janitor for who is called the Wielder of the Brush. This is a society in which if you are the wielder of the brush, which is your big item that does everything, right? You are kind of in a high seat of authority in this setting, right? You are someone that is very important. You do things that other people are not able to do, and it is a big responsibility and it is a lot of pressure and whatnot. You end up getting a hold of it, even though you are not classically trained as an artist. You are someone who maybe has aspirations of, you know, of becoming classically trained in that sense, but you're not. And then all of a sudden you are thrust into a position where you have the ultimate, you know, signal of being an artiste, and that is thrust upon you and all of the responsibilities and such that come along with it. No surprise based on that description, the game's gonna be talking a lot about art. You know, how does art relate to us in real life and our experiences and bunch of other stuff, right? But you are role playing as someone who is an amateur. And the way they do this is so smart. They set you up in positions where even if you wanted, to do things that an amateur would not, you can't. For example, right? You want to do some like super fucking detailed line work on some screen and just like, draw a line and erase it and draw, erase 500 times. Guess what? You fucking can't. The game doesn't let you. And you would think this is a negative, but it's not. You would think this is a negative, but it's not. Because that's not the point. The game, again, I'm not trying to spoil. The game pushes you in such a direction where it's trying to, if you think that way, completely beat it out of your head. And if you don't think that way, because like the person you're role-playing as, don't think that way, then that's fine. And, that's your expression and such. And it comes through in so many ways. There's scenarios they set up throughout the game that are just fucking brilliant. Just brilliant. Even if you have no artistic ambitions, let's say, right? Like that's not something that's like super cognizant in your head. That's something that you aspire to be or whatever. You will still get something out of this game. For sure. Right? It uses art as the backdrop, as it were. But the themes are very universal in this game, is what I'll say. Again, without spoiling it any further. The way that this game conveys how it feels to be an artist in that way, right? I've said before that I liken it almost to like an expression of the culture to the point where it borders on simulation, which is weird because this is not like a sim or like a drawing tool game, really. Like I wouldn't think of it that way, but it is a peek into a mindset that is interesting. Even like, again, I add even if one is an outsider to that culture. I liken it to like, let's use like Tony Hawk as an example, right? The skills that you use to like pull off tricks in Tony Hawk and shit like that are not applicable to an actual skateboard necessarily, but they hit a certain mood. By they I mean those games. Those games hit a certain mood and an ethos of skateboarding that is important. That is important and gets across and is Tony Hawk approved, and got a lot of people to get into that idea, right? And that's something that for a lot of people did cross over into real life. You had like a couple years after the first couple Tony Hawk Pro Skater games, you had fucking you had people buying boards for the first time, right? I can say the same thing about like like Guitar Hero and Rock Band was convincing enough to make a lot of people like actually want to buy instruments, like real life instruments and learn how to play them, stuff like that. That's what I think this is for painting. If enough people played it, which they haven't, so you need to play it, because this is a good game. This is a good game. They fucking nail it. And one last thing, right? Talking about video game direction, okay? I think a lot of people don't really don't discuss the idea of direction very much, right? A lot of the times, often it's the individual pieces of a game that stand out or they don't, that go into it. But this is a game where everything is always working in sync to an insane degree. The writing is working with the visual style, is working with the sound design. is working with the gameplay systems, so on and so forth. It is all in sync at all times. The level of detail is ridiculous, right? One element continually supports the other. It throughout the whole thing, absolute masterclass, straight up in direction. I would say individually, right? For everything positive I'd said about the story, here's one like slightly negative thing. If you just look at the script of this game on its own, right? We take the fucking the storyboard, and we take the script and strip it of context and leave it on the side. It doesn't blow you away. I'm gonna be honest, right? Like the usage of language just on its own is not gonna blow you away in this game. But it's not context independent, right? It's not context independent. It's throwing it in the context of everything else. It becomes elevated to such a degree that like this is like my example of what good direction is. It definitely one of them at least going forward. Seriously, like you see it in so many spots in this game. It's greater than the sum of its parts. Excellent game. 10 out of 10. Chicory Colorful Tale. Play it now. Play now. Okay. It's game number 1. Game number 2. Todd Howard's own The Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, which somehow I did not play until this year. So this is I'll admit it, I was like kind of annoying because, right, I'm like, when this game came out, I was just like the only person on earth that didn't play it. And then like no fault of the game really, it's just I never found too much of a reason to come back to it. I think like I can think back to the games I was playing in 2011 when this came out. I was just like so sucked into them. I wasn't really like paying attention to the zeitgeist too much. 2012, same thing. And then 2013, the next gen consoles came out, right? At that point, I was like, I don't care about fucking Skyrim anymore, right? And then they re-released Skyrim a million times. It's like, well, that game's old, And at some point, it looped around to like, dude, how come you haven't played Skyrim yet? And I was just like, I'll get to it. And I didn't get to it, but I have some friends who, this was core like middle school, high school memories for a lot of people that I know that I'm very close to. So it was just, it's for the sake of that. It's like, you know what? Okay, let's have this shared experience, right? Last person on Earth who hasn't played Skyrim yet, and do my playthrough. So here's what I think. Let me give my score first, I guess. This is going to be an 8 out of 10 for me. This game, so I'm a little familiar with Bethesda RPGs. I played New Vegas before, right? That wasn't Bethesda, I know, but you know what I mean too, right? So, so I'm going to divide this into 3 sections, okay? There's main quests, there's side quests, and then there's other shit, okay? And the other shit category is going to make sense when I get there. But the main quest of this game is like, it's like kind of nothing, right? It's a bog standard like fantasy setting plot line you've seen a million times. I'm being a little mean. There's some interesting stuff that happens, but functionally, the purpose of the main story quest in this game is to introduce you to this town, this civilization, this race, meet some people, do a quest for them, go to a dungeon, maybe do something else, go to the next town, next race, next civilization, talk to them, figure out what they're doing. Rinse and repeat. until about 2/3 through the game when the plot starts, which is kind of raw. Like, the set pieces are pretty insane in this game. I can't lie. I can't be a hater, especially for like what they were doing, open worlds in 2011. Absolutely fucking crazy ass set pieces that they have set up, for sure. Not a lot of writing chops behind it. It's kind of just HMA, hype moments and aura. Jim got flashbacks with me saying HMA. It's kind of just HMA, but they present it well enough. I'm being a little mean. There's some interesting stuff in the writing here. There's some stuff that like got me thinking a little bit, right? Again, like this two-thirds moment through the game. There's this character named Parthenax. Now, forgive me if I'm getting some of the details wrong again. It's been a while since I played this game, and a lot of the main story quests did not stick with me. Parthenax is a dragon who, previously in the setting, did some fucked up shit a long time ago, right? And kind of the crux of the MSQ in this game is you do your prologue, and the dragons are coming back. And this is bad because throughout the game, you'll just get random encounters where you run into dragons, and they fucking suck, right? It's like a game over unless you're super goated, right? Like early on when you have bad equipment, bad skills, it's like very hard to fight back against these guys. And they just like show up and start just like breathing fire on shit and fucking killing people for no reason, right? Like they're assholes, okay? They're assholes, fuck the dragons. And so a lot of, as you're going through the quest, the MSQ, I should say, main story quest, this is kind of what most of it functions around. It's, you learn that you're the chosen one, you can absorb dragon souls and, power the dragons, blah, 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 all that other shit. And then it's how do people react to this and the existence of dragons in general. You have some people that are, there's a lot of finger pointing, like, it's this guy's fault the dragons are back. They didn't just come back for no reason. No, it's this guy's fault. You have some people that like see that you can absorb dragons. It's like, oh, you should just go out and kill every dragon then, and then that solves our problem. Just fucking genocide them, right? And then, there's a couple different flavors to this, right? But it's the dragons are the problem, and everyone has different ideas on how to solve it. So you get the Parthenax, who he is a dragon that is being protected by like this old fucking, I forget their names, but it's like the people who like unlock your dragon powers, and they're like some old sage dudes, whatever. And they basically say, that dragon up there we've been protecting for a while, but like he's reformed and whatever. And then some NPCs in the game have been telling you for a while that like, these old guys are like kind of fucking crazy, and they're not rooted in reality. They've been secluded for a long time and stuff like that. So you're like, okay, whatever, right? And then you talk to the dragon up here, and then he has easily the best scene in the story, in the MSQ. Where I forget the actual quote. It's something that gets quoted a decent amount, I found, like later after the game. Like people agreed this is like the best part of the game. He talks about, is it better to be born good, which he defines as not literally like born good, but to have an upbringing that leads you in such a direction where you're going to make decisions that are probably ethically sound, it's going to be consistent with your environment that you're around, something that's probably going to be productive, right? Is it better to be born good, or is it better to learn to be good. Um, and to their credit, the rest of the story treads along this theme. It sticks in there a little bit, right? Because there's such an underlying. I'm not gonna say underlying. There's an overlying tone of like everyone in this game is fucking racist, dude. Everyone is fucking racist, straight up. It's bad, right? Everyone hates everyone. Everyone is so tribalistic. It's fucking insane, right? So, uh, there's it's this idea here of like so many people are focused on like because you have this innate trait, uh, then like I'm not even talking to you, right? I'm not even negotiating because you suck. Um, and you can debate whether like some of these people are like more justified than others, and that's kind of the beauty of the game in a way, right? But this guy is like the dragon that did fucked up shit, and then he's not shying away from it. He's like, I have a bad past, but I feel like through my personal journey of discovery and my ethical boundaries that I've set for myself, I have concluded that I should forego what I did in the past and live in such a way that is to, uh, I don't know, in a way like try and erase the damage that I have already inflicted on the world. Which that's pretty interesting, right? Isn't that interesting? Uh, so yeah, Parthenax, that guy's cool. Um, and then the antagonist of the game is just like he fucking sucks, right? Like he sucks. He doubles down on it. He's the opposite of Parthenax basically. So then whatever, you beat his ass and it's very cool, but it's like dumb. It's cool, but it's dumb. I'll get to that. So that's MSQ. There's the side quests, which first of all, there's a lot of them. I definitely did not. I did not get close to doing all of these. There's pluses and there's minuses. The pluses being, I'm going to be very reductive here. The plus is the lore writing of this game, right? The world building, the whole setting, which the side quests like facilitate you doing a lot of exploration and shit like that. Obviously, it's an excuse to get you to see more of the world. The lore, world building, and writing. The negative is the dialogue. That's pretty much the long and short of it, right? Like a lot of the plot things that happen. This also applies to the MSQ, but that's like, I was talking more broad strokes for MSQ. Some of the actual stuff that happens in the quest lines in terms of like plot structure and the things characters do, it's like sometimes it makes sense, sometimes it like kind of doesn't. Sometimes you think it doesn't, but then it does later, and it's like, oh, that's kind of clever. Sometimes it feels, I don't want to say the word filler, right? Because I don't feel like there's filler dialogue in this game in terms of like there's no purpose, because every NPC is set up to show in this town, this character that would be doing this would say this. But sometimes the thing they say is just like, it's like boring. It's like MMO bullshit, right? Like fucking every RPG side quest you've ever seen before, right? But they pay attention to what NPC gives you what type of quest, that type of stuff, and how it ties in with what else they've established about how the rest of the town works. But a lot of what they say, I don't know. So much of it is I don't even process it, because it's like, can you go collect my bullshit, that I don't want to pick up right now. Can you go to this dungeon and pick up this thing for me? Can you walk, 2 houses over and have dialogue with this person, right? It's shit you've seen all the time. So I kind of want to say it sucks, but like it doesn't, because it's really just a vehicle to get you to explore the world, which brings me to my third point: all the other shit. So Skyrim is all about all the other shit. Number one best thing about the game in the open world that it has set up: 2 things. First thing, which is standard now, but for the time kind of crazy, it's big and you can kind of go anywhere, right? You, in terms of like stuff that you think like doesn't even make sense, really, in like a video game perspective. Every mission there will be like, there's a way to get there that makes sense. There's you can follow the trail in front of you and just like keep walking down the dirt path and you'll get there to the objective. Or, you can cut a little time. Instead of taking the trail, you can hike straight up and go through the mountains and fucking like clip into the geometry and like mash the jump button until your collision goes on top of the next rock. And you could go over the mountains and then you can get to the next spot. And it's like that's an extreme example, I guess, but there's just so much of this everywhere. And while you're doing that, they know, they have to know about these fucking mountains, because first of all, they're in the middle of the map. And it's a huge mountain range. And there's multiple ranges. And then once you're there, they'll have vantage points. A lot of the times they'll be as soon as you're like default when you exit an area. You leave a dungeon and then you walk out. The camera will be always, I'm telling you, always set up in a way where there is a major landmark in your FOV as soon as you leave an area. You'll see some bullshit in the distance. Oh, what's that? Everywhere in the game, somehow there's something in the distance, and you go, what's that? Somehow they do it. It's crazy. They always have something. There's never like a boring looking area. If you want to just wander around. So I have to give them props for that. And the other thing is, I talked about random encounters earlier. You will have just so much like irreverent bullshit that happens in this game. It's just silly. Like the dragons are one thing, right? You'll be minding your own business. Oh, here comes a dragon. He starts trying to kill you. It sounds like it sounds like a fucking shit post, but it's just what happens, right? You'll just walk up to a civilization and then you'll see like 3 people like all trying to kill each other, and they'll kill each other even if you don't walk in there, right? Like you'll see someone's gonna win and the other 2 drop dead, and then the one that's alive walks back inside the fucking inn or whatever, right? If you can get involved with that, or you can't, you can jump in, you can try and like I don't know, like try and talk to all of them before one of them dies, whatever. And you'll get some dialogue or some shit. I don't know. Like you'll be. I can't tell you how many times, especially when you get like you leave Civilization 2, the encounters are just so fucking funny. I can't tell you how many times I've just walked along a path and then I just take damage from behind. It's not a lot. It's like I take like 1 HP. Then I look behind me, and then it's like a fucking level 1 wolf. Just like, just like took a bite out of my leg, right? And then I just turn around and I swing on with my sword and I get a slow-mo zoom in, decapitate him. And it's like, this game's stupid. Right? It's like, they know what they're doing. It's just funny. And like, Like you'll be going in a river, and then you'll start taking damage. You're like, what the fuck is this? It's because you have there's like a fucking piranha that you didn't see in the water, and you were just swimming with them the whole time. You know, some fucking bullshit like that, right? Um, like, uh, and a lot of the humor is like someone will die in front of you, and then you like go to loot them, and then you see the stuff they were carrying on them. Here's one that I'm gonna remember for a while, right? There was a guy, I was just walking on the side of a mountain. Dude just like shoots himself up into the air like a rocket, and then he fucking falls flat on his face and dies. And I'm like, what was that? So I go to loot his body, and then he has a note on him, right? I read the note, and then he's saying some shit about like, I finally figured out the secret to flight. They all thought it wasn't possible, but I'm going to show the true power of humanity and what man can do with the power of science. Then he fucking shoots up like a rocket and dies. So that's Skyrim. That's Skyrim, basically. So I've said a lot of positives. Here's the negatives. Game plays like shit, dude. It plays like shit. Straight up. Okay, granted, I didn't play this game. The only mod I used was the unofficial patch, which keeps it from crashing, basically, as much. It still crashes sometimes. It's like, people meme about the Bethesda, like, you talk to an NPC, and then they, like, waddle, so that their face is directly in front of you, and then it zooms in on them. Like, that's here, Every NPC has, like, you hear the same, just, like, random idle wandering dialogue so much in this game. And it's, like, annoying at first, but then it circles back around to you kind of liking it, if I'm going to be honest. You kind of like it at the end. Like the... I remember the meme when this game came out, right? Used to be an adventure like you until I took an arrow in the knee. You hear that a lot, at least early on, You hear that a lot. There's one I heard a lot, like every time I went into a town, some fucking wise guy, wants to tell me, now, my point's undermined because I can't remember exactly how it's phrased. It kind of turned into static, but someone will know what I'm talking about, right? Wouldn't want to be causing a scene by you having your weapon drawn, because I didn't put, I was holding my sword out and I didn't do this before I started walking, right? And so the fucking guards are giving me shit for that. It's like, what, you're trying to kill me? I'm like, no, I'm not. You've said this 100 times already, dude. I'm just trying to go to the shop. It's not that serious. So there's that. There's the like, enemy design in this game is just, there is none. There is none. It's like, the game's real time, but it's kind of just like a stat-based RPG in disguise, really, because it's like, okay, there's ways to get around it. That's kind of a lie. Like, I don't know. You can go stealth archer, right? Which is the classic, or so I heard. So I like wanted to be a contrarian and not do that. I was a two-handed sword guy, right? Every encounter turns into a stat check. All of them. Every encounter is a stat check. Because, like, you can have a shield and you can block, but it sucks. Because blocking doesn't absorb all damage. In fact, it absorbs, like, barely anything, frankly, right? So all that time you spent blocking and then, like, trying to get a hit in after that, well, if you actually just, like, mashed attack, you would have more DPS. Right? And you would take less damage because you kill them sooner and your block sucks, right? you can try and dodge stuff, and like sometimes you can, right? But until you run into enemies that like attack quickly and they just like keep following you and their run's gonna pace with yours, or you run into mages that just like their shit has so much AoE you can't run because your run's not good enough, right? It's every fight's kind of a DPS check mixed with like a cover system and a stealth system, which is boring. Is boring and is very reductive. So I don't know. I've heard people say that like the best part of the game is like building up as you go and like gradually gaining skills and specking into stuff and whatnot. But like I don't know, you lose a fight in this game and it just feels like, oh, I guess I need to like grind, uh, or I need to, I don't know, buy a bunch of consumables so I can spam them in the middle of the fight. That's another thing. You spam consumables in the middle of the fight, which is very funny. Don't get me wrong. Humor is important in this game. You spam consumables in the middle of your fight if you don't win the DPS check, and then you win. That's the other part of it. Last thing I want to talk about the systems, because I don't like it, but I kind of see why people like it, but I don't like it, is how you level in this game. Okay? It's not by killing enemies. It's not by completing quests. It's not by anything you'd think, right? It's by repeating an action over and over. So you think this kind of makes sense because you're speccing yourself in a way, right? Like if you're like me and you end up using two-handed swords a lot, if you swing your two-handed sword and deal damage enough times, you level up your two-handed skill. Okay. Now here's a kicker, right? There's leveling up your particular skill, so my two-handed goes up. However, in order to build out your skill tree for your two-handed weapon, you also need total levels. Total levels come up from gaining experience by leveling up all of your sub-levels. So leveling up my two-handed, which gets harder every time I level, you know, takes more experience to go from level 2 to level 3 compared to level 1 to level 2. That takes more experience. And as a result, sorry, I just short-circuited there. As a result, what you need to end up doing is level everything. Because that's the most efficient. And here's another thing. If you don't level up fast enough, you lose a DPS race. Right? If you don't level up fast enough, you get to a point in the story where you have lost a DPS race and you cannot proceed. Unless, you know, you're crazy with the stealth and you're going that way, or you have a bajillion consumables somehow, right? Even then, sometimes that doesn't save you because things one-shot you in this game at a certain point, but that's beyond the point. So, even though I'm using my two-handed sword, I need to also do other random shit, such as, you know, cast a spell that makes it harder for me to be detected, because that is a type of magic that is its own subcategory, which I don't care about that because I'm not using stealth if I'm a fucking two-handed sword brute, but I need to level this up because that gets me more XP points so that I can actually build up my two-handed skill tree, right? I need to talk to a bunch of shopkeepers, not because I want to buy stuff, but because I need to build out my barter skill so that I can get XP for my two-handed sword, you know? I need to use shields, even though they suck, like I said. And also, I can't use a two-handed weapon and a shield at the same time because shields are their own skill tree, which means I need to use them to get XP so that I can get my two-handed sword skill. You see the problem here, right? It's not fun. It's not fun to do this. It sucks. It's stupid. I get where they're coming from because they want to force you to use all their systems. It's like, why don't you try out enchantment? Because you're probably not going to do that until you go out of your way to do it, or you run into this XP blockade and you realize that you need it. And then you might realize that it's cool, like I did, right? But it's stupid. It's stupid. Like, if I were to play again, I think what the game wants you to do is just do everything. The game doesn't want you to spec into, this type of play style. I'm going to use this as like my flow chart that I'm going to keep doing. It wants you to be a jack of all and like do a little bit of everything and experience all the parts of the game as you're going through. But here's the problem. A lot of these suck in early game, right? Like, they get better if you spec into them, but let's use black magic as an example. They don't call it black magic, they call it something else. Destruction magic. So early in the game, you get a black magic spell. It's like you use MP and you hold a beam on an enemy and you deal 6 ticks of damage per second, like with a burn after effect that lasts like another second or two after that. Okay. Right? Until you realize at the start of the game, you can use your full MP bar and hold down your fire spell, and to a basic enemy, you'll do like a third of their health. And then on this same enemy, if you take your starting weapon that you have, you do 75% of their health. So, you eventually get good black magic spells, but in the meantime, early game's horrible. And that's a lot of these, honestly. Like, a lot of the stuff on the skill tree isn't even accessible early on. Like, you have to wait until mid-game anyways. It's weird. It's very weird. And again, you better spec into, this isn't a game where you can like spec into to speech and bartering or even stealth, really, and beat the game, because you'll lose the DPS race. If you are not leveling up, this is the other thing that I forgot to mention. Every time that you level and you build up something on your skill tree, enemies in the world also level up. So if you level into something, early game especially, that's not combat, you just made the game harder. So be very careful. Be very careful with what you pick. I think the system sucks, and I don't like it. I can see the positives, but I don't like it. And it's kind of pushed me off it, really more than anything else. Similar to FF2. I agree. Similar to FF2. So I don't know. Man, I didn't think I was going to be yapping this much. That's a lie. I knew that. I'll hurry it up. We're about 2 hours into the stream. At some point, probably will be hopping into a voice call if the takes start getting really scorching. They already have been. I already talked about Silk Song. Look at earlier in the VOD. Okay, Transistor. This one was another Game Club game. It actually did get completed by me. Props to me for that. So Transistor. So I said earlier there's a lot of ways to get a 6, right? A lot of ways to get a 6 on a game. I'm getting Transistor a 6 also. But it's very different than Zone of the Enders here because let me think of how to describe this, right? This game is very smooth going through, right? Zone of the Enders was like this. Transistor is like this. Very smooth, very polished, what you'd expect, Supergiant. I think the game they made is kind of weird. Number one thing I'm going to talk about, because I'm probably going to forget, and this is a nitpick. I will acknowledge this is a nitpick. The sound mixing of this game is fucking dog shit. Really bad. And there's like no fixing it. There's a like there's a companion character, you know, like your Navi in Ocarina of Time, right? Who is talking to you the whole time. You cannot understand anything they say without subtitles. You cannot understand anything. And it's not because of like an accent or anything like that. It's because
they're mixed like this and there's so much fucking reverb on everything they say and it's muffled and bit crushed.
like, what are you even saying? What are you saying? At some point I just completely turned down dialogue volume because it's nonsense. Like you can't understand it. So whatever, right? Maybe the voice acting's good. I don't know. I don't know what words he was saying. So that's nitpick number one. I don't know who came up with that idea, but that's just terrible. So the actual game, the core of it is you have kind of like Arco. This is another like almost half SRPG thing where you play the game normally and you have 4 attacks that are bound to your hotkeys at the bottom, and you can walk around an arena. And there's a bunch of other enemies that are laid out. You have to kill them. Now here's the thing. Trying to kill these guys playing it like an action game is very hard. I assume possible. It seems like it is. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's like some deception. But possible. But what the game actually wants you to do is there's this mechanic where you can freeze time and you can move around while everyone else is paused. And you have an action meter that fills up. And with your action points, you can do a combination of, again, SRPG thing. You can do a combination of walking around or using your attacks. And all of your attacks use different amounts of action points. And here's the kicker. Sometimes you don't want to use your whole bar. Because after you use your freeze time ability and then you do your combo, right? And your whole combo plays out on this enemy that was frozen in time. Once you resume, you now have a cooldown that starts before you can freeze time again. So a lot of people I've seen, like when they start the game, they just think, oh, look at this fucking crazy combo I can do of hit them with this, then this, then this, and do a bajillion damage on this turn. Well, that's nice. But, you know, in the meantime, there's 3 other enemies that are alive over here, and now you can't freeze time. And you don't have your dash anymore because that takes AP, and now you're dead. Right? So it's a give and take that's actually very interesting because a lot of these arenas will have cover set up and stuff like that. So it's like you want to be able to get your hit and run in where you do like enough damage because you want to get damage while you're pausing time as well. Because that's attacking when you're not paused is very risky. But as BP says, you can do it. But it's risky. So you want to get your damage in while you have your big burst, but also you don't want to overextend. And you have time to think about it. So it's a good idea. It's a good idea. I liked it a lot. I guess the negatives, because I'm only giving it a 6, is I don't think the systems really progress that much as you go through the game. Like every encounter started feeling kind of samey as I'm going through. And I'm trying to identify why this is. Maybe I'll figure it out as I'm talking right now. So all the abilities that you pick up, you get different like attacks that you can use throughout the game. Then you later unlock for each attack, you can either have that be your attack or you can have it be an attachment to another attack, right? So I have my 1, 2, 3, 4, and then they each have A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B. So if you have, doing some math there, if you have 12 skills, 4 of those are your actual attacks, and then 8 of them are secondary effects for your 4 attacks. So you mix and match of like, I think the attack here is pretty good, but if I can get this like extra secondary effect on it, then it's even better. Even though, but if I use this as my secondary effect, then I don't get to use that as an attack. And I think that attack might be better than the first attack. So which one do I do? There's a lot of that goes into building for an encounter. That's very cool. It's a good idea. That part of it builds out throughout the game. But the way each encounter plays out is, it's kind of the same thing. And again, functionally, like what I described, it's you kill time until your pause comes back on, then it shows up, you do your combo. Your combo is kind of the same thing, right? It changes within encounters because you're swapping out what your loadout is. But once you have your loadout, you're waiting for your meter to come back and doing your combo, which is the same combo every time for the most part. Then unpausing, stalling again, freeze time, do your combo again, the same combo you did last time, unpause, kill time, go away, freeze, do your combo again. That's kind of what the game is, right? So maybe that's on me. Maybe that's on me for not engaging with the game aside from when you're paused, maybe that's a me problem. But that's kind of what it felt like to me. So to me, that drags it down a little bit, even though for the first couple hours it was really strong, and I liked it a lot. The other negative is, we'll get to this later talking about Hades 2, but just like Supergiant writing shit is the best way I could call it. Just Supergiant writing shit. This is one of those stories where most of the interesting shit is hidden behind like a bunch of layers of like, optional quests and choose your own difficulty type stuff. And what they initially present to you, it's like there's this presentation of like it's like weird and mysterious, but you don't have anything to grab onto, right? You're trying to cling on to something, and it's like it's just HMA. It's just HMA, right? There's like nothing, just vague gestures at stuff going on, but like what's actually going on. You figure out what's going on after you beat the game, right? Or if you're like doing a lot of side quest type shit as you're going through the game to try and put the pieces together. But they are stingy with giving you details for just basic emotional setup, right? Like there's a character that will show up, they start having a boss fight with you, and then they just like leave, and then there's like a line about like that, wow, that shit was crazy, and then I'm like, okay, right? And then I find out 3 hours later why my companion character said that shit's crazy. And then I'm like, oh, well, he's kind of right. I wish I gave a shit while that fight was happening. You know what I mean? I guess I think that right there distills down my critique there. I wish I gave a shit while it was happening. Because, like, you read all the stuff after the fact and it's cool. But, I don't know. In the moment, it's just like, what's happening? I don't know. Maybe I'm illiterate. Media literacy. Media literacy. I'm failing. Okay. So. Okay. Repo. We're getting into friend slot discourse. I'm gonna keep this short for y'all because I don't have a lot to say about this game. I'm gonna give it a 4. This isn't a good game, but I think people are a little mean to friend slot. Okay, because here's the thing: co-op games in the 2020s are in such a better place than they were in the 2010s. Like, it's insane. If you think about the gap between like the late aughts when you had your Guitar Hero Rock Band, your Left 4 Dead 2, Portal 2 was the example of a co-op game for forever, and that came out 2011, so I'm kind of cheating there, right? And then there's a big fucking gap where people are still just replaying Left 4 Dead 2 over and over, right? Unless you wanted to play something competitive, you know, during the esports boom, right? If you just want to do something co-op or PvE, nothing for like 10 fucking years. And then you started getting your like, you know, It Takes Two. I do give them a lot of credit for showing that people want this shit, and friend slot games such as Repo. So just based on that alone, I can't be mad. Like, people want fucking co-op games where they can talk to people and just have some shit going on in the background while they're having a conversation. It's very, very simple. I don't know how we went without that for so long. And to that extent, so I bring that up to say, I think this is the point of Friend Slap. It's to have something that doesn't get in the way. You can just have a conversation and talk about whatever while you're playing. And to that point, it is mostly unobstructive. My concern, my critique, not my concern, my critique here is much like Lethal Company, which this game is very obviously aping and not trying to hide it. There's a horror element of the game, right? With the proximity chat. So it'll be like, if you're talking when an enemy is around, the enemy picks up on your proximity chat, and then you're not in stealth anymore, and they start going after you. Okay, well, that's funny, you know? It makes for some entertaining moments, except you're making it so people can't talk in your friend slot game for a couple minutes, right? And then probably, you know, some wacky shit happens and everyone gets separated, and that's part of the fun. But I don't want to be quiet. I don't want to sit and hide and fucking stealth because fucking Bingus Joe Jr. might be around the corner, you know, fucking killing me as soon as I touch him. That shit sucks. I think they lost the plot with that, and that sucks. And that drags the game down almost more than it just being like, you know, kind of repetitive and like the same shit every round, and you figure it out very quickly, and like little depth and all this other stuff, right? That's actually my biggest complaint. If it's friend slop, let me slop it up. I think we completely lost the plot with the horror stealth element of some of these games. I think we totally lost the plot. But I give a bonus for it being co-op. You know, I lend credence to the friend slap. I'm here for it. I think the genre can go places. Okay. Control. I need more water. So I am actually going to hit the BRB button. And I'll be back with Control very soon. Oh, there's... That's not cropped, right? Whatever, that's funny. Okay, I'll leave it. I am back. 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 Okay. Actually making good progress. IMO. 2.5 hours. I'm already this far. Come on, people. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. That was me placing my water cup down. Okay, next game is Control. So, I'm going to rip the band-aid off here. Very excited for Control 2, but this game, I am a little more mixed on, but I'm settling on good still. I'm settling on good. The good is very obvious. Let me start with this, right? Because Control 2 got announced. I'm so glad I didn't do this stream last week. Control 2, first of all, knowing the plot of this game, the plot setup they have is really fucking smart. And I'm very excited where they go with it. And I guess that's all I'll say. I'm not sure how much I'll actually have to say about the story of this game. I'm sure I'll have... That's a lie. I have stuff to say. The story setup's very exciting, but Control is a game, to me, where when it's good, it's really good. But sometimes it kind of like meanders around and feels like a little fillery sometimes, and it like takes a while to get to the peaks, right? And there's some just weird systems that like it kind of feels like it doesn't make sense, and like these puzzle pieces aren't working together. But these are the things that get cleaned up in sequels. You know what I mean? Like sequels to video games usually keep the peaks, right? But you get to the peaks more often, and they sand off the edges of all the like leftover shit from early on. Once, you know, with some thought, it was like maybe we should do this a different way. If this is what happens, look out, guys. Look out, guys. This might be like this could be a really, really good game. By the way, not to keep hyping it up once again, this is the same thing I said about Hades when it came out, and we do have Hades 2 later on this list. We'll see how I think about that one. So Control is let me start with this. This game came out in 2019. I think this is still the best looking game out there. Still. It's and a lot of the way that they get it to look good is weird because it's like fucking ugly and garish at the same time. It's weird. It's like, you know, you ever heard of Bloom? You ever heard of fucking bright neon red everywhere on your fucking screen, right? You ever heard of fucking Aberration, right? It's like all the shit that people say sucks and looks ugly, and they just stack all of it on top of each other, and it kind of kicks ass, actually. The only downside to the look of the game is that like it's like visually obtrusive sometimes. I wonder if they're gonna find a way to fix that. But like, I can't tell you how many situations where it was like an enemy threw a grenade at me, but I didn't realize because it's blinking red, but everything on the whole fucking screen is red, right? So it might as well be camouflage. And I don't know if that's the intention necessarily for the grenade to be camouflage when it's like blinking and it's fucking loud everywhere. But it was sometimes. So there's some stuff like that, I guess. And like other, like it's so red and everything is so red that like your depth perception gets weird sometimes. Anyways. But it looks fucking great. The core of how you play this game, I could say a lot of things. There's actually a lot of systems in this game, right? I'm going to be very reductive. There's actually a decent amount of death in this game. A lot of different things you can do. But I'm going to tell you how you actually play this game near the end, which is you find some random shit lying around, right? And then you use your telekinesis powers, and then you just fucking Half-Life gravity gun every enemy. You pick some random shit up and throw it at their head. That's it. And here's the thing. You can fight in other ways. You can. But it's going to be a lot harder. It's going to be a lot harder if you don't just use your telekinesis and throw shit in the environment at people, right? And the game is set up for this very well. Very well. I was pretty impressed with the physics engine that was going on with this. But you'll notice this is a pattern I'm saying about a lot of these games. It's like once you figure out the whole game is, you know, you gravity gun chuck shit at people, it starts to get old. That I hate saying that phrase over and over because that's like, I don't know. Yeah, and also the boss that dodges telekinesis is like the worst shit in the game. And it's like the first boss you face too. It doesn't even make sense. It's right after you get that skill. Like, I don't know what that is. It's like they're trying to teach you to not spam it all the time, but the rest of the game isn't like that. So I don't get it. Yeah. Part of how they make it interesting is like, it's like, okay, you get the gravity gun, you chuck shit at people. Well, the other half of this, and what saves the game, honestly, I'm just going to say that what saves the game from being ass is you have to always be running around and moving and dodging or you die. If you stand still for 2 seconds anywhere, you die. Straight up. You're dead. There's so many fucking enemies and they hunt your ass down and they're fast. And their attacks are fast. And they do a lot of damage. So if you stand still, you're dead. So this is actually the balance. You have to keep moving around the whole time, but your only attacks that are good are telekinesis, which requires you to look somewhere that's maybe like not where you're standing. So you're moving around, your WASD and spacebar over here, and then your mouse over here, you're looking to like, oh, what's some shit that I can grab with my other hand, right? And then that's what you do. And then you dash around and like, oh, can I, you know, am I going to make this jump? It's cool. It's cool. Like I was saying, it kind of gets old because you figure out what it is. The way they vary it is like they keep adding different enemy types throughout the game, so you have slightly different ways to handle all of them. They change the level layouts, which are very good. You get some new powers, but like most of them aren't that great. You're just going to use telekinesis and like, you know, there's some other movement upgrades you get. Yeah, they vary it, but I just don't think they do enough. To the point where like you get near the end of the game and it's like you're throwing like five fucking supply closets at this dipshit, right, who's rushing at you and he's not dead yet, and it's like, what am I doing? Right? Like what the fuck is this game? This is this is the heaviest thing in the room. I'm chucking it at this guy over and over and over and over, and he's just damage sponging it. Because that's the only way they can fucking make it harder, because you're so broken. And none of the other skills are worth using. None of the other attacks are worth using. There's a lot of skills that are good. So, I don't know. That's my number one problem, and you see why I say they could easily fix this in a sequel, in my opinion. Right? Just have another skill that doesn't suck, right? like the other ones that deal damage do so little that it's legitimately just not worth your time. At least I thought. I thought it was just not worth your time at all. And there is a skill tree you can spec into different things if you want, but like, come on, just do telekinesis because it's the best. Um, but you know, that's maybe this is kind of self-inflicted. I spec so hard into telekinesis that everything else I had was like useless because I had no progress on the skill tree. So I don't know. Maybe I'm actually completely wrong on that, but that's my biggest critique there. Story wise, I still haven't played Alan Wake 2 yet. I'll just say that first. I think this Control 2 announcement is going to force me to play Alan Wake 2. Okay, I guess I'll download Epic Games again. Fine, I'll download Epic Games. I'll play Alan Wake. All right. But I did play Alan Wake 1 before this, of course. Reviewed that last year, I think, right? I think so. I'm going to be honest, right? This story ends up in a good spot. In a pretty kino spot at the end. But it takes a long time to get there. I think there's like 10 chapters of this game. Chapter 1 is good. Good setup, very intriguing. They set stuff up. I was being reminded of all the stuff I liked about Alan Wake. I'm like, fuck yes, dude, we are so back. Right? And then I can only describe it as filler for like 5 or 6 chapters after that, right? Which is over half the game. Just filler, right? Just run around, do fucking, like I was saying about Skyrim, do fucking MMO NPC quests for character you don't care about because you just met them and they're not interesting. And then you do that, and then gesture at stuff that like might be interesting later, but not enough information for you to like really theorize or grasp onto anything. Then you hit like the final act of the game, the last couple chapters, like maybe not even chapter 7, honestly, but like chapter 8, 9, 10 is, once it all comes together, it's like, dude, this shit's fucking awesome. I don't even want to talk about it because it's very, very, very strong and very thought-provoking, actually. But here's the thing. It's not thought-provoking in the way where I go like, oh, all that shit that I thought was filler before, it was actually like really important and thematically resonant and foreshadowing the whole time. No, that's still filler. That's still filler. Don't get me wrong here. Right? I'm being a little harsh. It's like probably a tier above filler where it's relevant enough, but like there could have easily been more meat on the bones there, right? It's all so backloaded towards the end when it like kind of doesn't have to be. But still, the reveals that come near the end of the game and the climax are extremely, extremely good. To the point where a sequel is exciting because, once again, this is an easily solvable problem. Just don't have 5 to 6 hours of nothing in the middle of your game, which is weird because it's not like it's underwritten and you didn't have enough ideas. You clearly had ideas for the game. There's so much like density to what's going on in the setting that you prepared, but like, I don't know, the quests are just like boring and a lot of the characters are uninteresting. Become more interesting after you beat the game. You know, again, I'll give them credit for that, but yeah, I don't know. I think easily solvable. So to that point, very excited for Control. I keep saying Control 2. I think it's Control Resonance is what they're calling it. Yeah, hoping for another certified Sam Lake Classic with that one. Okay. uh, next game. Next game here is yeah, Resident Evil. Thank you. That's the name of the DLC that they're gonna have, the crossover DLC. Uh, next game here is Everhood. So I'm gonna be honest. Uh, Jem here knows we talked a lot about this game. Five, by the way. We talked a lot about this game while we were playing it. Um, but I think I could actually bang this one out pretty quick, in my opinion. Right? So the game is there's two parts of the game. Part one is it's a rhythm game, so they say, but it's kind of not. You have like a Guitar Hero or a Dance Dance Revolution track where there's like notes coming down the lanes that do damage to you if they touch you, and then you're on a fixed plane on the bottom, and you have to dodge. Um, but so functionally what you're doing, right? The notes that are coming down the lanes line up generally with the track. You know, it's usually not like lining it up with a certain instrument, but like whatever part of the melody or the rhythm or whatever they want to draw attention to, they being the people making the chart. Okay, so that's what the notes are. But you're not playing the notes because this isn't DDR or Guitar Hero. You are dodging. So I'm trying to articulate how this is different. Like if you play the game, you know what I mean, right? It's like okay, so there's four lanes and there's four notes coming down, right? So every time that a lane hits the strike line, which is what you're on, or a note hits the strike line rather, that would be you play it if it's Guitar Hero, or you dodge it if it's Everhood. Except not really, because you can just, before the note comes, you go in a lane where there's no notes. Right? So you're not dodging or jumping or whatever every time a note comes. It's you're dodging or jumping every 10th note, every 20th note, right? Depends based on the song and the pattern they give you and stuff like that. But I I'm not sure how much of a rhythm game that is, right? I'm not sure, right? And that doesn't even mean the game's not hard either. I'm saying every 10th, 20th note. Like some of these charts get kind of crazy. But are you playing it to the rhythm? I'm not sure. Not sure about that one. So there's that. Just like taking it on its own terms, forget the rhythm game part of it, as just like dodging shit. Um, it's fun enough, you know. There's definitely a certain loop to like trying to figure out exactly the pattern you want to do on the track and stuff like getting yourself in the right lane before this part comes up and stuff like that, especially later in the game. Um, that it's like it's inoffensive. It's not like the best thing ever to me. Um, it's whatever. Uh, okay, so other part of the game, right? It's the rhythm game and uh, whatever, like Guitar Hero Lane rhythm game. The two gimmicks I was talking about. That's one. The other one is What if we did Undertale, but it was the opposite? And I'm just gonna, it's like lazy to compare games to Undertale, right? But like, come on, man. Like, if you play this game again, you know what I'm talking about. This game is just what if Undertale, but the inverse, where, they contort the narrative so hard to create conditions in which it is ethically sound to kill everyone instead of saving them. And that's the gimmick. That's the game. I'm I'm not going to pretend to say that I like this or that I even think it makes sense. Like, I understand. I'm picking up what they're putting down, as in, like, the author very directly telling you what their worldview is here, or at least like the ethical boundaries of the world that they have created and the lens through which they want you to view it. I just don't think that makes sense. I just don't think it's logical at all. And it reeks of just trying to bend over backwards in favor of a storytelling gimmick at the expense of the quality of the story and it making sense. And that's pretty much that, really. There's once again, like a lot of these games, there's some HMA here. There's some HMA. There's some good presentation. It's a rhythm game, so they got a good soundtrack going. They have some good bones here. Like the dialogue isn't amazing, but there's some interesting characters and ideas that they plop into their setting and whatnot. But the idea I think is just it's so much of what the game is contingent on, and I think it's poorly supported through the text. And I guess one last thing I'll say, right? The philosophy that this game has is not the first time I've heard something like this. It's philosophy that has existed for a long time. But if I were to take away everything that I personally have read on the topic, whatever, right? Of which it's not really like there's even. That's a lie. That's a lie. I was gonna say it's not like there's like really references to outside material, but there is. But whatever. To me that almost doesn't matter, right? Like within the actual work, how well do you actually support your argument that you are presenting, which is kind of the crux of the whole work? How much can you, if not get me on board, at least like see where you're coming from and make me ponder for a little bit and like think like, oh, how interesting this person sees it this way and comes to this conclusion. That is not here. I'm just gonna say that. So, sounded a little bit negative, but there's good parts of this game, so it still comes out to a 5 for me. Mostly brought down by that. Also, the ending of the game is too long. I think even people that like the game agree on that. So, there you go. That's Everhood. Okay. Next up, we have 2023 RPG Maker Classic. I can't be saying that shit. 2 years old. RPG Maker Sensation. How about that? In Stars in Time. Which I like this game a lot. So let's just plop the rating down right now. I'm giving this one a 9. I like this one a lot. I am not drawn to every single RPG Maker game ever made, like some people. Just saying. Just saying. Not even saying it's a bad thing. Some people are super into that shit. I'm not really, right? This is something that just kind of like entered my my field of view, as it were. This game is not for everybody. I will open by saying that this game is not for everybody. It is weird and challenging, like challenging video game conventions, challenging, your like player relationship with how you engage with the medium. Very, very contemplative, introspective, and some people, aside from all that, might not like it because it's very like brash and in your face, right? I don't want to say it lacks subtlety because that's not true, but there's a lot of like I don't know how else to word this, right? But like some people just don't like Tumblr shit. You know what I mean? Some people just don't like Tumblr shit. And I don't fault anyone for that, right? Sometimes some shit just reeks of like Tumblr shit on it. And this is one of those games. So if that bothers you, I would say don't let that be a deterrent if everything else sounds good, but it's undoubtedly there, right? It's undoubtedly there. So, with that all said, I'm going to try to not go too deep into spoilers talking about this game as well, for the same reason as Chicory, because probably less people have played it. But I guess, man, can I even say that? Fuck. Okay, how about this? The conceit of the game is you are playing as a character in a JRPG that is stuck in a time loop. But the thing is, you're not the protagonist of the JRPG. You're just like the random fucking like extra party member that got picked up. In the prologue of this game, you learn about the backstory of everyone in your party, as well as yourself, or so you think. Spoilers, not really. They give that away pretty quick. And what your quest is, and what are you doing, and what's going on in the setting, and stuff like that. But the game starts right before the final boss. So you are dropped into the start of a JRPG right before the final dungeon, going into the final boss, at a point where everyone is being contemplative about their journey and stuff like that. And then, you go into the dungeon and then you just die to some stupid shit, like right when you start. And then you realize that you're in a time loop because you go right back to the start of the game again. Bang. There's your hook. They play around with the idea that the person who has the time loop abilities is not your protagonist in the JRPG party. This is something that they toy with a lot, actually, right? Like, you are specifically someone that has not had severe consequence on the events of the plot in the JRPG that was off screen before In Stars and Time began. And man, can I say anything else without being spoilers? Fuck. Well, I guess the reason why I wouldn't recommend it to a lot of people, and people know I tend to not have patience for this type of shit. But I'm just gonna say it, and this actually is like kind of a spoiler. Um, this is one of those like, no, that's a spoiler. I'm thinking of another way to say it. Okay, so it's this game is not shy into delving into why being in a time loop is horrific. It's not shy about it. And you really, really dig deep into the psychology of the character that you're playing as, obviously, but not just them, but through a recontextualization that happens each loop and whatnot, and the farther you get into this final dungeon and the more things you uncover, you keep unlocking more and more and more and more information about your context to where you start the game and it's like, well, whatever, this is like a generic, end of a JRPG. You get far enough into this game, and this is not the case, people. Like that's this kind of I don't know, that's one of the twists, but like not really, because that's a conceit of the game. So I don't know. I guess that's the most I'm willing to spoil. It's if you there's a point in this game where everyone I've seen, including myself, wants to quit, right? Because it like you'll know when you get there, right? There's a point in the game where like uh things start to deteriorate a bit. And a lot of the shine from the start of the game, the initial concept. I should also mention, by the way, the actual like combat system that they have set up, because this is a JRPG. The turn-based combat that they have set up is very smart. They have like a ATB that like pauses upon the meter filling, which is an ATB. I don't know why I said that. Whatever. Uh, um, it's a system that actually has like a decent amount going on. The encounter rate's like maybe a little high, but enemies are avoidable. It's not random encounters. You can do like the dodge them in the overworld thing. And you're going around the dungeon, you're solving puzzles, and you're fighting stuff. And there's a lot of systems that are very good. This is a game where numbers kind of matter, but it's more so like there's ways you can circumvent it, certainly, if you're at like a lower level. And generally, like even if you have less skills available, there's ways to get around it. And there's a lot of systems that work very, very well with the time looping in order to make it feel like you're still keeping a sense of progression. Like there's lessons that have been learned out of the roguelite boom of the last however many years. But the game's not a roguelite. It's not a roguelite, and it's not. It's mostly a JRPG, but like kind of not. I don't know how to describe it. It's fucking weird, and you don't figure out all of it until you're done with the game. So again, I don't want to spoil. If any of this sounds interesting to you, I implore you to check out this game, because very unique and inventive, and everything services a story, even the things that you think don't. And it's kind of fucking crazy. And it really, like I was saying at the start, it really inspects its idea of like, of time loop horror, right? Of and of course I'm speaking on the existential level, right? This is not a horror game. I guess I should also say that this is not a horror game, right? That is one genre that this does not fall into. But the existential horror of a time loop is adequately explored in a very satisfactory way. I think that's everything I can say without going into spoilers. But yes, absolutely check this game out. I give it a high recommend. I do have some nitpicks, but I was thinking of that earlier. But it's like it's spoilery stuff, so I kind of don't want to say it. But there's some little things that are spoilery that I think are kind of it could be better. Like I get what they're trying to do, but like it probably doesn't have to be that way. That drag it down a little bit for me. So it's not a 10, but really good. Yeah. If you like JRPGs at all, play this game. Unless you were turned off by any of that other stuff, because again, you have to be the right kind of person. So whatever. Oh my goodness, we are getting there. We are getting there. We are getting there, making progress. By the way, chat, if anyone is still in chat and wants to get in VC, I think I've decided what I'm going to do is I'm going to get through my reviews, and then the rest of the stream where I go over my other stuff. I have more tabs on here talking about my 4x4 stream plans, etc. Would like to hop in VC. If anyone is still here. So we'll see. Okay. Next up is, I'm still around, fuck yeah. For the King 2. The first For the King I reviewed in 2020, I think. It was a while ago. For the King 2 came out, I think, last year. Got around to playing it this year. I'm going to give it a 6. This game is, speaking of friend slop, here's another co-op. This isn't friend slop. This isn't friend slop. This is just, this is a pretty good game, right? The differences from For the King 1, which, if you're not familiar, it's a turn-based, I don't know, build your class, go around the map. Everyone moves a couple tiles, get in some fights, and then pick up your equipment and whatever. Pretty straightforward. For the King 2, I think in a lot of the ways is like a weird like pendulum swing reaction to For the King 1, because For the King 1, something that was annoying but also like kind of a charm about the game is that it was just like bullshit fucking stupid hard sometimes. There's a lot of systems that work against you that are kind of all there in tandem, where it's like, you kind of get the feeling it's like, what, dude, why do I always get a bad roll every time, bro? But it's like, you're not getting a bad roll. It's just that you're getting normal rolls. It's just that, like, to not get fucked up, you need to have either, like, super good rolls or you need to understand the underlying rules of the game extremely well, which you just need experience to. So it feels like bullshit for a while until you get it, and then you're like, I can bullshit the game back the same way the game was bullshitting me. I understand. So, but I don't know. It was probably still too bullshit. So For the King 2 is easy. Probably too easy. That's my biggest bang against it, because once you take away the like trying to crack the code of this game, it's kind of like slow paced, like online turn-based board game type stuff, you know, dice rolling to do attacks. I say dice rolling to do attacks. That's a shorthand for like there's like accuracy rolls that you do for everything you do, but like, well, your damage also has rolls, but the range isn't that big, right? So whatever, you know, rolls for everything, kind of asterisk. And then same thing, you just like walk around and do quests. Kind of slow paced. You get, I don't know, you get like stacked so quick in the game that it almost veers into friend slop, where it's just like something to have in the background while you're talking. Almost veers into that more than being in an RPG sometimes. And the other thing is that they change it to be a not full SRPG, but like half grid based combat instead of just like your like lining up in one lane 3 versus 3 or whatever, which is, there's positives and negatives to it. It kind of doesn't do anything for me really. It's just it's kind of nothing, and that's like the main addition to the game. You know what I mean? Like, they didn't change too much about the game except this is the easy one, For the King 1 is the hard one. And there's, I mean, more content, I guess, by proxy of, like, there's more random tiles you can land on, right? Like, different events that can happen. There's more weapons, there's more armor. But the game hasn't really changed. And the difficulty thing is, like, I almost don't even know if it's better as much as it's just, like, a lateral move. And the other plus, this is a plus. For the King 1, you can only do 3-player co-op, which doesn't even make fucking sense. And for the King 2, you can play with 4 players. So that's the other reason you'd play this one, is if you want to do 4 players. Otherwise, honestly, the group was kind of going back to For the King 1. Probably more than this game. Like... And there's other things that they get better with as well, right? Like it runs better. There's more fluid animations, better sound design, right? All that extra polished stuff, but it's whatever. So For the King 2, it's a 6. You know, I'm not gonna be mad if someone has to play it. Okay. Next up. Hope you guys are ready for this one. Halo 2. I played Halo Combat Evolved, I think 2 years ago, and reviewed it on here, which I gave an 8. And that's kind of my baseline, because I also have Halo 3 on here, as you can see. Halo 2, I'm going to give a 7. I am not a Halo 2 truther, which was, unfortunately, to the dismay of my buddy I was playing with here. I'm not a Halo 2 truther. I go back to... I feel like such a fucking hater when I say this shit, by the way. This does not feel good, but, like... I was not that impressed with the story of Halo 2. I've heard this hyped up for a good portion of my life. And it's like, it's okay, right? It's okay. There's some like political drama that's going on in the background. Doesn't get resolved in this game, by the way. Kind of does. Kind of does. It like, they do the bare minimum and then like cut it off. There's, which is like interesting. You have, you have like the converging of all the factions, especially near the end, which is like kind of peak. I almost like go back to what I was saying about Control earlier, where like there is so much fucking filler. But the filler in this game is like they're leading up to a twist, but the twist is extremely obvious, like from the start of the game. I don't understand how it's not. Like to the point where I was trying to think like, is this on purpose? Like, is it supposed to be, you know, it's not supposed to be a twist, but it's just like you're supposed to think about it a different way. But I don't think so. You know, there's not too much I could pull out of it besides that. So I don't know. There's HMA, obviously. It's fucking Halo. You're coming to Halo for HMA, and it's there. And if they didn't have it, it would be fucking shit. That's the point of Halo, in my opinion. Maybe that's the hot take, right? I think the point of Halo is kind of HMA, and everything else is like, again, the way scenes are paced, it's like they fucking know, man. Like they're trying to just hurry up, speed run the plot, you know, get these points out quick, and let's just fucking get to the next action sequence and get to the next big set piece in the level, right? Because that's where the good shit is. So that aside, all that being said, I think the story is more interesting than Halo Combat Evolved, but the game plays worse. Most of the guns suck, which is a shame. Coming from Halo Combat Evolved. That's kind of my favorite thing. I really like the two weapon system and how it's like you end up picking up random shit all the time. It's like, oh, I haven't used this one in a while. Let's switch it up. Let's use that. Oh, I haven't used this one in a while, you know, and you keep cycling because all the weapons are fun and they play differently, you know, and you have like little different play styles. And they also place them very smartly. Halo 2, most of these weapons are shit. So you pick one of the ones that are good and you hold onto it for dear fucking life, and I hope you don't die because then you lose it. And you're gonna die because this game is hard. This game is no fucking joke. Enemies are so tanky, it is ridiculous. Like, once you get to late game, it's like, how many fucking times do I have to hit this guy for him to die? So, I don't know. That compounded with only a couple weapons being able to break through is just, it's just those two in combination makes, especially as you go further, it turns into more and more of a slog. The positive is playing as I sure fucking hope I'm not getting his name wrong, the Arbiter, because you get the melee weapon, which kicks ass. Seriously, it kicks ass. Like, you can do like movement tech with that shit. Just run up and fucking uppercut someone in the jaw and they fucking explode. Absolutely, this is what I'm here for right here. Yes, kicks ass. And it's like, it's so interesting for the series too, because it's, you know, it's a reason to not just like chill in the back, and stay out of all the, you know, projectile enemy's range, you know, because before, you know, a lot of the reason to run forward is just because, like, well, it's lame to sit back, right? Let's just run forward and fucking kill shit. But no, this is like, well, you run forward and you get rewarded. Actually, you get rewarded. So that's not to say that it's easy, because there's a cloaking, like, stealth mechanic here, which is, it's like, it's gimmicky, but it's fun, right? It's gimmicky, but it's fun. Yeah. But by the way, okay, another thing I want to mention is this is like the most obvious the game wasn't done and they shipped it ever. Like, I won't say ever. There's like fucking, you know, Cyberpunk 2077 on PS4 and shit like that, right? But like, dude, there are missions in this game where where you're just like walking through a hallway beating up on like random like level 1 crooks, and then you like walk into a generic looking room that's the same as the last 5 rooms you were in, and then it just like cuts to the mission end screen with no cutscene. I'm like, what? what? The mission's over? I was so confused. And that happens like 4 times. Like, what the fuck? Like, not even a big combat room at the end? No boss, no cutscene? Just, it's over. Like, what? It doesn't even make sense. And the story is... This is not a surprise. You know, well documented about this game. It is not concluded. It's not a bad conclusion. It's that it's not concluded. Straight up. Like, they have half of a story. They have half a story, and then it just ends. There's no... Okay, no cliffhanger would be disingenuous, because there is. But, like, oh my goodness, man. Like, so many of the things that are built up in this game, it's just not even, like, a teaser of, like, the direction things are going to go, or a recontextualization. It's just like, okay, the game's over now. Like, what? It's the most it wasn't done ever. The most the game wasn't done it's ever been. It's absolutely crazy. So, Halo 2. Yeah, Sword was the reason Halo 2 was cool. It's true. It's true. Love the Sword. Okay, next game here. Slay the Princess. Now, I'm going to surprise y'all because I'm adding another rank. I'm adding another rank to my list here. And it's at the bottom. And this is going to be called... Oh, shit. Not what I meant to do. And it's going to be called... I genuinely don't know. Or how about this? No rating. No rating. And then this is where Slay the Princess goes. So Slay the Princess. Here's my long and short of it. This game made me realize I can't do visual novels. I can't do it. I can't do it. Because all my complaints about this game are just the genre. You know? How come so much of the game is just like, you know, a bunch of like fucking dialogue trees and then, you know, seeing all the different paths that branch off of that and almost like reinventing these what if scenarios. Well, that's because that's the genre, right? How come like the whole fucking thing is just, you know, it's gonna sound stupid. How come the whole thing is just like fucking menus and then a you know list of options, right? Not even obfuscating it. Well, because that's the fucking genre, dude. And those are the things that bug me. So I'm gonna try and not spoil this too much. And also the other thing besides the genre is the thematic lens the game takes. To me, is uninteresting. To a lot of people, it's not going to be. It will be of interest. And I'm not going to say that they don't go into depth on it. It's just that the topics that they're talking about, to me, are mostly uninteresting. There's some stuff that they have to say that is like, you know, it makes you ponder, but I have like no emotional connection to it, really. So I kind of bounced off in that respect. But if you're into it, I would not say that it's poorly written at all. In fact, I'd say that it's like I said, it's something that makes you ponder and think, certainly. You know, it's there's a lot to grab onto. Like basically from the beginning, they hook you in pretty decently with the idea that you have, but once you kind of figure out the game's tell, which you figure it out pretty early, right? You figure out the game's tell. Again, this is another, maybe this is a me problem, but they're building up to a twist, but the twist is very obvious. You figure it out in the first like 5-10 minutes to the point where I don't even know if it's supposed to be a twist, but they're building up to it. And you keep getting more details about like how they're gonna get to the twist as you progress through it. And then other than that, it's just pure character study, and you know, going through dialogue over and over again to unlock new information, new paths, whatnot. And you know, that's the game. And that's the game. It's I know I'm a hack fraud. This isn't in the DNF section because I did finish the game. Because I was like, are they going to do anything with this twist aside from what they're definitely going to do? And the answer is kinda. Like the ending of the game is they add more onto it. They have a, like, I would say if you were picking up what they're putting down thematically, I'd say the ending delivers, but to me it just wasn't. So it kind of wasn't really anything. But I don't know. The reason why it's a no rating instead of a low rating for me is because, again, it's, I don't know. It's because I feel like my complaints are just so petty, and they're always, my complaints are always like petty and stupid, right? But I like to think there's a kernel of internal logic behind it. This game is just, I need to stop trying visual novels when people recommend them. And that's really it, right? Because that's just everything. I'm like, oh my God, why do I have to go through this dialogue again? You know, stuff like that. It's because that's it. It said that on the fucking tin, dude. Like that's that's not a surprise. I don't know. So no rating. No rating for the right person. That's probably a recommend. Okay, so after that break, let's go into Halo 3. Finish the fight. Finish the fight. One of the biggest video game launches of all time, right? Video games have grown a lot since 2007 when Halo 3 came out. 18 fucking years since Halo 3 came out. But how many games since Halo 3? Be fucking honest with me, Chad. I would love to hear some examples here. How many of them were a bigger cultural moment, not just in gaming, but for like young people, than Halo 3? How many since then? GTA 5. I can't even think of another one. GTA 5 and like that's it. Right? For an anticipated release and just buzz for months and months after it came out that leaked out of the gamer sphere. Like, everyone played fucking Halo. Except for me. That's why I'm reviewing it right now. Because I didn't have an Xbox. Loving Life with Hello Kitty and Friends. That's up there. That's up there, certainly. So, how well does this game hold up, though? How well does Halo 3 hold up? So I'm going to be real. I was very scared. I was very scared that this would be one of those games that doesn't hold up. I was very scared this would be one of those games that doesn't hold up. And it's just like remembered well because it was early on the Xbox 360, you know, a big part of like the Xbox Live culture of bringing FPSs into, you know, console FPSs into the super mainstream even more than Halo 1 and 2, right? Kind of like defined that system for that generation in a lot of ways. So much like console custom content and all that. But aside from all that shit, aside from the cultural legacy of Halo 3, I am happy to report that it's also a good game that holds up. So I'm going to give it a 9. 9 out of 10. I'm very happy to report that this was my favorite of the Halo trilogy. The HMA is just off the charts. And like I just said about Halo 2, that's what's most important about these fucking games. Okay, let's be real. You know, they have a backdrop of an interesting world, but it's just here so that we can get to insane, fucking ridiculous action sequences and set pieces during the levels. Okay, that's all we're here for, right? And we're adding fun, stupid video game shit to the game. And number one biggest improvement from Halo 1 and Halo 2. Both those games, it annoyed the fuck out of me that they recycle environments over and over and over and over again to a point where it's actually distracting in gameplay, because you would be in a room and it looked like the same as the last 5 fucking rooms in the level. So you're like, what way did we come from? And, you know, what way do we go? That happens too often in Halo 1 and Halo 2. The environments in Halo 3 are not only more visually clear, but they are varied and they are interesting. And, you know, I know I was playing the remastered version of the game, but even just, you know, the models they have for, again, early 7th gen, right? Like early on in the Xbox 360 life cycle, looks quite good. Looks quite good. Some of the textures are kind of weird. Some of the textures are kind of weird, right? The lighting's a little basic for modern standards, but it's pretty presentable. It's pretty presentable about 20 years later, which I can only imagine what that looked like at the time. So fucking huge ups for that. The Halo 2 problem of half the guns sucking is completely gone. Like, that is not a problem anymore. So many classics in the game. And they added the fucking hammer from the end of Halo 2 and just made it a random, not random, but like a somewhat rare weapon that you can pick up sometimes. And they fucking know. You get that hammer and you start going to town, dude. The tech you can do with this shit is fucking crazy. Oh my god. It's okay. This is actually probably the best thing about Halo 3. Throughout the campaign, they mix in, they break everything up so well, right? There's the normal, there's the ground sections, you'll have some sniper sections, you'll have your vehicle sections, obviously. Also, the vehicles are better and there's more of them in this game compared to Halo 1 and 2. But then there'll be the times where you're doing the other shit, and here's the big fight where, like, oh, let me drop you a hammer, right? Let me drop you a hammer. Let me drop you a sword. You know, let me drop you a fucking stupid nuke gun, right? just so you can get a couple of those. You know, but before you move on to the next area. And it never gets stale. Somehow it never gets stale. The level design and the pacing is pristine. Pristine. This is the standard. This is the standard. Or at least it's up there. I don't know. I'd probably have to think about it more because, like, Doom Eternal is right there. But I don't know. It's up there. It's up there, certainly. So fun. The game's clearly designed around co-op in a way that facilitates, like, you know, you're just, like, roaming around in the sandbox with your buddy, and everything is so dynamic, and things work together very well. People can, like, play different roles on your team, you know. There's the classic from the other games, you know, I'll drive and I'll be on the turret. But how about, like, I'll drive this vehicle that performs this task, and you drive this vehicle that performs this task, and, you know, you draw aggro from this guy, and then I'll, you know, meanwhile, I'll be, like, go for the trickier way to build up damage that requires someone else to be doing that. You take this side, I'll take that side. They set up a lot of stuff in very, very smart ways where you kind of put it together yourself, and it's just a way that you're naturally gonna get to it. That's indicative of a smart game. It's a smart game. It's a smart game, and it's fun, and it's silly, and it's stupid. The story is, look, here's the thing. There's not as much depth to the storytelling in this game as Halo 2 or even Halo 1. But like I said, the HMA is off the charts. Easily clears both games in that department. So many fucking iconic moments. It's insane. Right? And it feels... I've learned this about myself. I like games and I like works that just feel important. You know what I mean? That, like, they know that they're important and they milk it and they understand. They understand. And that's important because if they don't understand, then why should I understand? Why should I think it's important if you don't think it's important? But Bungie thinks that Halo 3 is an important game. Very clearly. Very clearly. At all times, it feels like you're playing something that's important and epic. And that's without the historical context, right? That's without knowing what the legacy of this game would be. That's just in the moment, the presentation that they have. So, props to that, for sure. Let's see, what else do I have to say? What's keeping it from being a 10? So despite everything that I just said, the story is fucking stupid. So let's get that out of the way. The story is stupid. There's a couple things about the Halo formula that kind of bother me, which is that, like, sometimes it feels like a little too brain off, if that makes sense, right? Like the levels can tend to, like, run into each other sometimes, and it, like, becomes a blur unless you're, like, really trying to stay attentive because they're so focused on HMA. It's like, I don't know. It's like your eyes start glazing over because I'm trying not to say the word brain rot, but it's kind of brain rot. You know what I mean? It's kind of brain rot. This game's kind of brain rot. Halo in general. And that's the good part of it, but I'm not going to act like there's no downside to that at all. And I wish it didn't feel so hacked together sometimes. And the other thing, of course, is the second to last level of the game, Gravemind, sucks. And I felt very vindicated when I went online and everyone agreed with me on that. That level sucks and it's bad. Straight up. Does not belong in the game. It's so anti-Halo 3, it doesn't even make sense. It's bad. And yeah, and that's pretty much all I got, man. The surprisingly touching end to the story that I was not expecting. Oh yeah, other complaint. Well, I guess I already said story, but, like, where the fuck was the Arbiter in this game, by the way? Where was he? Where was the Arbiter? He has like fucking 5 lines in this game. What are we doing? It's not that he's even off screen. He's with you the whole time. So weird. That doesn't even make sense. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of glad I didn't care about Halo 2 as much, because if I did, I would be very annoyed at how much stuff isn't meaningfully answered in this game from that fucking cliffhanger. So there you go. Those are my complaints, but That's Halo 3. And the famous Warthog level at the end of the game is incredible. Absolutely lived up to the hype. Absolutely lived up to the hype. Unforgettable experience. Just trying to grind that stupid run over and over and over and over and over until you finally hit it. And then you get that awesome cutscene end of the game. Yes. Amazing. They don't make them like that anymore. Halo 3. Okay. Got 4 games left, people. Making good time. In my opinion. Okay. Next game, Final Fantasy VI. Speaking of games that people talk about a lot. Final Fantasy VI, I've been hearing this is like the best game ever my whole life. So spoiler, it's not, but it's still good. I'm gonna give it an 8. It's not the best game ever made, with nothing wrong with it, but it's good. Held up better than I would have thought, because I am pessimistic on older games, generally, but you know, Final Fantasy VI. This is one of those games that's just like. It gets the brain going. It gets the brain going in the sense of the amount of freedom and like party control and like specialization and archetypes and whatnot that you can go with in this game is ludicrous. Like just a crazy amount of depth for a fucking SNES RPG, man. A lot of these systems were like very, very, very ahead of their time. I was quite impressed as I was going through. Like actually playing the game feels smooth. And it's something that you want to keep going back to. I think the way they get there is there's some stuff that feels kind of like they might have flew a little too close to the sun for their own good, I think, at some points. I'm trying to think of how to describe this without spoiling, but like, they do some RPG stuff that pisses me off, basically, right? It's like, we have party members that like fucking leave your ass with no warning and take your equipment and all that bullshit. I actually think I made that up. They don't take your equipment. Take that back. You got party members that just fucking leave you for no reason. It keeps happening a lot. You have bosses where it's they just have one gimmick and they spam it over and over, but it's like annoying as fuck. And the strat you need to do to win is bad. In terms of like it's just not fun. Like who the fuck came up with this puzzle boss? Like I don't know. I could go into examples, but there's a couple of those in this game. If you've played this, you probably have an idea of what I'm talking about. There's some of these stats I looked up after the fact and they don't do anything, or at least on the original version of the game. But even like I was playing Pixel Remaster for this playthrough, and like functionally they're kind of useless and suck. There's a lot of useless things in this game, I guess. That's what I would boil it down to. Like there's a lot of overpowered shit. And that's been well documented about Final Fantasy VI. There's like a million different ways you can break the game, but there's a lot of shit that like kind of sucks and just has really niche use cases. And if you don't know what you're doing and you like try and spec too far into the useless shit, your life sucks for a lot of the rest of the game. So that's not great, right? Yeah, the balancing in general is just not great. But But I don't know. The core of what they have is fun. It's like a fun sandbox, not well balanced. Uh, Pacing of the game. So this is interesting. I guess this is where I go into story discussion. I'm going to say this again. Hot take. I don't think the script of this game is amazing. I think that they leave a lot of detail that makes the narrative as a whole pretty interesting. I still wouldn't like rate it extremely, extremely highly, but it's definitely thought provoking and left me thinking about things. There were some pretty good emotional beats that they hit, but a lot of where the plot goes is very obvious. I don't hold that necessarily against this game because I think that's not really the point of the game. The game is much more about delving into the characters and the thematic implications of what's going on, and then the plot is used as set dressing as a basis, which is fine. Right? There's works that do that, but it's difficult because what they're trying to do, they're trying to do it with like minimal amounts of text, and I can think of multiple different moments where I was just thinking I kind of wish this wasn't underwritten. I don't know how else to call it, you know? I wish there was more here, right? This is a game that really likes to take a couple lines in and extrapolate it and connect it to other things, the background detail. But man, some parts that are I'm probably not supposed to come away from some of these scenes thinking that was underwritten, right? Yeah, I thought I would have more to say about this game, honestly, but I think that kind of sums it up. I think that kind of sums it up. I guess another thing. Halfway through the game, when the world opens up, again, I go back to the balancing thing, right? Because the world opens up in a way that's like they kind of railroad you, but like not necessarily, right? There's ways to get around it, but effectively what they want you to do is pretty clear. You go through a couple quests, and then there's like a somewhat straight through line based on the level curve of what they want you to do. Go here, do this dungeon, do this dungeon, do this dungeon, do this dungeon, etc., etc. And the thing is, the final boss is set up very early at a point where they do the thing where it's like, you know, as soon as you break the second half of the game, it's like, all right, go challenge the final boss right now, right? And you're clearly not ready for that, because duh, you know, that's like if you're a fucking sicko thing, right? So, okay, let's just go along the quest then. To do this dungeon, this dungeon, this dungeon, this dungeon, this. And it keeps going you. There's a pretty, you know, this equips you to do this. I keep repeating myself. It's at that point of the night, I'm repeating myself, I'm recognizing it. But if you do everything, if you follow the whole line all the way there and do every little thing, you are way over leveled for the end of the game. Way over leveled. So to me it's confusing. Like, I'm not sure what they want you to do, because a lot of the narrative beats are kind of incomplete in your character study game if you don't do all your quests with all of your party members. So I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of confusing. I'm not really sure what they want you to do. Uh, and it's like if you do that and then you get to the end of the game, it's anticlimactic, man. I'm gonna be honest. It's too easy. It's too easy. Even if you're not doing a lot of like super game breaking shit, it's too easy. Presentation's good, but it's a little bit disappointing. But it all settles out to a game that's pretty good. Definitely stood the test of time. I would say even now is like has some things that are unique in the JRPG space. So Final Fantasy VI. This is not gassing up mid. You know, a bunch of people just nostalgic for their childhood. This is still a good game. Has its flaws, absolutely. Has some old design shit baked into it, but this is a groundbreaking title, cool piece of history. I'm glad that it was good. It was great, actually. I should look at my own score. Yeah, definitely. It is hard. It's hard to balance, right? I'm not even sure what the solution is in that respect, right? I'm not saying that I know that, but yeah. Okay, 3 more. We got Peak, Friend Slop again. We're back to the Friend Slop. I'm gonna give this one a 6. I think this is better than Repo. For sure. And for one, like I was saying earlier, you can talk the whole time. Kind of important in a Friend Slop game, IMO. You need to be able to talk the whole time. Otherwise, what are we doing? Right? Need to be on comms the whole time. I think that weirdly, even though the game's like kind of cheap, and I guess that's a TLDR for a lot of my negatives. It feels cheap. It looks cheap. And it's, whatever. Like systems are basic, all that type of stuff. Those are basically my negatives. But despite all that, they kind of weirdly nail the feel of like going hiking in a group, right? It's like you just like find some fucking spot and then you start walking forward. You have some dipshit who brings his trumpet. That doesn't happen on the trail, but someone's got something with them, right? Maybe it's a stick, right? And then you're just walking around, fucking around. There's probably like one person paying attention, like, hey, let's go this way. Oh, okay. Right? You're walking, you're talking about bullshit. You try and climb up something. There's the mechanic. This is gonna sound like a joke, but the thing where you like hold out your hand at the top and you have to wait for the other person is actually genius. I actually like it a lot. Cause it's like if you didn't do that, then this would just be everyone trying to speed run climbing up the mountain, which is not the point of the game. It's not the point of the game. You're supposed to stay close to each other and talk, so you get the proximity chat, right? So you reach out your hand to help the other guy go up, which like it helps a decent amount. It's not like super game breaking. But it's enough where it's like important, and you feel like a dick if you don't do it and help your buddy up. So you do that. And then there's like all the, and then there's the random shit that happens, right? Like just stuff that's set up to be dumb. It's like, let me eat this food. Oh shit, it poisoned me, and it's named some shit like fucking Rumpelstiltskin, Purpleberry, whatever the fuck, right? Yeah. It's like, damn it, how could I have known that was poisonous? Right? And they have these little like, there's these little like nonsense rituals, right? Like some people would call it meme bait. If I wouldn't go that far, right? But just like you get to the end of the level and it's like you have your marshmallows on your stick, and it's like you have the option to like not cook it at all or like cook it a little bit, cook it to get like a little like some gold coming in, or you could have it be like golden brown, or you could have it, stick it in there too long and then it's fucking charred, right? And it doesn't do anything, but it's a conversation topic. And I think that's what's kind of important about these games, right? Because you get to that point, and if you haven't played this game with someone, the question you ask is, well, how long do you cook your marshmallow, right? And then if there's some fucking weirdo who's like, oh, I don't cook the marshmallow, I just eat it. It's like, what's wrong with you, right? like what is wrong with you, genuinely? Like, if people don't understand the value of a perfectly cooked marshmallow over a fire, sitting around the fire with a group of people that you know very well, there's just nothing quite like it, right? And then there's, I don't know, like other stupid shit like fucking Bing Bong, right? Like, that's funny, It's like stupid fucking meme shit on the side. You got, I don't know, you got shit that like fucks you up when you're trying to climb. It's like kind of bullshit, but it's funny, right? And like I don't know, it'll start raining and like you had enough stamina before and now you don't and you start slipping. It's like, fuck, right? They throw just enough of that into you where it's not like you're sleepwalking through the game. It throws random friction into there. It's like, oh, well, how are we going to get out of this situation now? Fuck. I wasn't expecting the rain, or I wasn't expecting the frostbite, or whatever else. Like, damn it. I thought we were going to make it in time, but we didn't. Now everything's messed up. And then can we recover? And that's kind of where this game thrives because, again, you can reach out your hand. It's like, come on, make it back. It's good. It's good. It's good, but the the negatives of it is I just described, I think, literally everything in the game. And that's like the whole game. That's not true. There's also basketball and chess in the lobby, which I think I may have played more than the mountain climbing in this game. Truth be told. So, yeah. Meet me on peak basketball. That's all I'm saying. So, I got a bone to pick with your friend slot bone picking. I'll save it for later, though. Okay. We're going to get there soon. I'm looking forward to hearing that. Saw that does this said something like, we made this BS in a week and it's more profitable than the game we spent years on SMH. That's how it is sometimes. in the indie game world. Certainly. All right, we got 2 games left. Ape Out. I'm going to give this one a 6 also. Ape Out is, I forget who makes this game, so apologies. Basically, the idea is, this is like a short game you beat in like 2-3 hours maybe. It's very like, it's very like 2010s indie coded, but with a little bit of a like more in aesthetics, I should say, with a little bit of like a modern jazzy slant to it, and then obviously in the soundtrack, it's a top-down, not a shooter, top-down melee, where you're playing as this fucking gorilla who, there's a couple, there's like 4 different stories you play through. In each of them, you play as this big fucking gorilla who breaks out of prison, and everyone just tries to fucking kill you because you broke out of captivity or whatever, and you're just trying to get to point B. And you don't necessarily have to kill everyone, but like you can, and it feels really good. You just run around and you like punch people and they go fucking flying. You grab people like you're fucking DK in Smash Bros. And throw them against a wall and they splat and explode. You can use people as meat shields and then like throw them off a building and they fucking fall to their death. you know? I don't know. They're already dead, but you know what I mean, right? It's about making a statement. It's a game where you have to move fast. Not necessarily, but you probably want to. It promotes you moving quickly. A cool thing about the game is that because it's set up from a top-down view, there will be a lot of like blind guesses you have to make over like which entrance leads you in the correct direction. And like sometimes you'll guess wrong because you're obfuscated, but what ends up happening is you walk into a room. So it'll be like, oh, stupid monkey thought, you know, any hallway was going to be the way out, but you know, if he just looked inside, obviously that's a fucking supply closet, you know. But he's confused. But you know, but you don't have that information because you're a stupid monkey, right? So you you do that, and then you like, I don't know, you go through and you just whatever, rinse and repeat. All these levels are pretty quick, like take a minute maybe. Here's the catch. Here's the catch though. You get like basically 2 hit points. Basically 2 hit points, and there's like a bajillion fucking enemies. So you end up resetting a lot. And when you don't reset, you feel like you're actually kind of goated, actually. And the game, as you're going through each of the 4 campaigns here, again, style's great, and part of that is like there's a progression in the score, and there's dynamic music in this game as well, which is pretty fucking awesome. Like it really kicks ass, and it's something that keeps you going as you keep death looping over and over and over and over and over and trying the same shit over again. It feels very satisfying when you do finally clear a level. Yeah, they nail it. They build tension with the score remarkably well. If nothing else, I think that's like my biggest takeaway from the game. So in terms of negatives, like I've said for a lot of games on here tonight, it gets repetitive. The game's not even that long. It's like I was saying, 2 hours, 2.5 hours. I think like for each campaign, near the end, you're kind of like, okay, I get it, right? Because they introduce some new enemies and some new like things they add to the level layout in each level, but they've kind of exhausted all their ideas by the end of each of these levels. You know what I mean? They've kind of exhausted all their ideas, and some of the level ideas, especially later in the game, are just like, what the fuck are we doing? Right? Like, I don't know how else to put it. Just what the fuck are we doing? Right? We're talking like trying to make a blind corner where you can walk out and then there's a fucking AoE bomb that you walk into and you're dead. Right? You know, you walk around a corner and there's like fucking 3 enemies that get randomly generated to all be there to fucking blindside kill you at the same time. Right? Like, what are we doing? You know? I don't know. There were points of this game where I felt like I was just re-rolling to try and get a good seed on the level that made sense. And I don't think it's ever a good sign for your game when a player starts doing that. Right? Like, I'll get 2 steps into a level, I'll be like, this layout's bad, reset. You know, this layout's bad, reset. And we're talking about a game where you die in 2 hits. It doesn't even take a long time to die, but I'm still like, I don't even care. I'll just reset. Because I know how this ends. Which is a shame. But aside from that, pretty fun game. Enjoyable. Again, presentation's good. There you go. Ape Out. Give it a 6. Enjoyed my time with it. Makes you feel good when you beat it. Going back to that from 3 hours ago, people, makes you feel good when you beat it because you feel cool. because that's what drives me, anyways. All right, Hades 2. The moment we've all been waiting for. Bring this up here. Am I covering that, actually, if I do that? Let's do here. Okay, Hades 2, people. So, like I said before, I played Hades 1 a couple years ago. I was pretty impressed. I gave it an 8, but I kind of closed by saying this. I think all my nitpicks are very solvable. Much like I was saying about Control earlier, to the point where when Hades 2 comes out, that might be like a game to really look out for. Because sequels tend to fix these things. Same stuff I was saying about Control earlier tonight. Okay? So I was very excited for this game, even if I gave it only an 8. Notice how I only have 5 games that are an 8 or higher, by the way. So it's not like an 8's even bad, but I digress. So that was an 8, but like I thought Supergiant had a 10 somewhere here. There's a 10 somewhere here. I got through this game, and let me tell you, it's not a 10. Unfortunately, it's not a 10. So I'm gonna get that misleading stinger out of the way. It's not a 10. I can't do it. But it's very, very good regardless, and it's one of the best games that have come out this year. Quite easily, and they should be very proud of this game. So, I'll put it here so you know what I'm talking about. I guess people on the VOD that skip around. I just realized I was going to change that this year, but I didn't. Oh well. Hades 2 is man, where do I even fucking start with this game? It's so good. It's so good. It's like crazy. So Hades 2, you're playing as Hades 1 protag Zagreus. You're playing as his sister Melnoi, or fucking Melnui. I think they pronounce it like different characters say the name differently throughout the game. So whatever. Some of them just say Mel. I'm gonna say Mel. I don't know, or maybe not. We'll see. You play as Mel, and she is very different from Zagreus. Zagreus in Hades 1 is a masher, and he relies on Twitch reactions and mashing and speed and having a really good dash, like a really, really, really good dash that you should spam a lot. In Hades 2, Mel is not that. Not dashing around the arena and just spamming a whole bunch of shit all the time and trying to out DPS everyone and just muscle her way through. She is a witch. She is a mage. And that means a lot of what she's going to be doing is setting up nukes. Mechanically, a lot of the changes in this game, first of all, there's different weapons from Hades 1. Basically, the only carryover from Hades 1 is there's one of them that's similar to the gloves from Hades 1, but it's not quite the same. And like, yeah, you can't do exactly all the same stuff, but the gloves are kind of here. All the other weapons are like better versions of the spear, or the gun, or the bow. Which is to say, getting away from the mashing, right? And even the gun and the bow in Hades 1 were pretty specialized at the end of the day. Because in Hades 1, standing still is bad. Standing still in Hades 2 is still bad, but there's ways to circumvent it. And sometimes it's like weird enough where sometimes it's worth it to like stand still for 0.1 seconds. It's risky, but the risk reward can oftentimes end up in your favor. So there's that. Different weapons that promote playing from long range, mid range, and playing more of the zoning game instead of just trying to fucking run in there and CC big damage spam and dodge stuff in their face. Biggest change. Also, Mel has charge attacks, and this is part of the standing still thing on both the light and heavy attacks. There's charge variants of them. Now, depending on the weapon and your setups and your boons you get and whatnot, some of these are better than others. But there's usually a use for them, which is something that's pretty refreshing. Again, it's another part of your kit, once again, so another thing you can spec into if you so wished, and much like in Hades 1, sometimes you end up speccing into a thing that you weren't prepared for, and let's just roll with it, and it ends up being crazy. You know, the game's still very good at that, making you experiment with all the tools that you have, all that, etc. A lot of things that were in Hades 1 have been overhauled or recontextualized in different systems that are more leaning into risk reward, trade-offs, needing to kind of commit or spec into something. Trying to think of some examples here. The darkness, like the mirror in Hades 1, has been kind of replaced with a like a point system for different perks that you can take, your tarot cards, before you go into a run. You kind of build it up the same way. It's a little more workaround. Like in Hades 1, something that happened was you hit the progression gate on darkness somewhat early, and then you would get darkness after that, and you like don't have anything to do with it. I think the currency balance in Hades 2 is much better, and you have easier access to be able to exchange your currencies between all the different things that you would want to unlock as well. So that's a big plus. Your ults in Hades 2, Hades 1 rather. I don't even know what the fuck they're called. They're calls, I think. Calls. I always call them ults. Whatever, fucking sue me. Have gotten fully replaced with a new system where this is a different boon, like a different boon that you get, and you get an ult that's added to you. It's the ult boon, and then you talk to them again, and then there's a skill tree that opens up for your ult specifically that gets built out. So instead of your ult just being a set it and forget it, you can spec into it and try and have it come more quickly and have it be more OP and leave you better lasting effects after you use your ult, which is it's quite interesting actually. I've gone back and forth with that as well as many of the boons, many of the gods, so many times throughout the game, where I thought they were ass, and I realized how wrong I was once I got a run where I was forced to use them, which is kind of the beauty of Hades, really, at the end of the day. So they definitely keep that aspect of it and arguably make it better. So all that's going on. There's two separate paths that you can take in this game, which let me just say this. This is going to bleed into story talk now. The gameplay difference. Okay, other stuff I'll say about that in terms of gameplay is they knew what the broken shit was from Hades 1, and they turned it into either something that's really rare or they nerfed the fuck out of it. Straight up. There's some stuff that's like kind of similarly broken in Hades 2, but like there's nothing like Athena Dash, you know, there's nothing like spamming Demeter plus Afro and then never getting hit by anything the rest of the game. There's nothing like stacking Artemis early and having the like crit chance item and then you just fucking one hit the whole game. Like none of that is in the game. In fact, they wanted to make that so impossible that, like, for those examples, like, Artemis and Athena are not even normal gods in the game. Like, those are rare drops now. Like, you can only get them once a run, and you might not even get them then, right? So they know. They knew how stupid that shit was. There's good stuff that replaced it, of course, but it's different, which is refreshing. And I'd say, I think still not as egregious as a lot of the crazy stuff in Hades 1. So there's that. Enemy design continues to be fucking great. The bosses especially are like they absolutely fucking killed it. I got the second boss in this game, the Skill and the Sirens, right? I got to them and I finally beat that fucking fight. Right? First time I got past them on one of my runs, I was like, wow, that boss was better than anything in Hades 1. And then I said that for the next boss, and the next boss, and the next boss, and the next boss, and the next boss. It's unreal. They definitely picked it up a notch, right? A lot of the basic enemies are still kind of fodder mooks a little bit, right? Fodder mooks, but if they hit you, they're going to do a shit ton of damage. That's kind of the Hades thing. They're still doing that. That's... You love it or you hate it. I'm not going to say that's like a negative against the game, really, but the bosses are more in depth, without a doubt, which is pretty sick. And like getting past them feels like a real accomplishment once you get to that point on a run. So progression. I mean, I kind of talked about that earlier, but like, yeah, okay, yeah. This is where I was at before I said this kind of bleeds into story. So let me put it this way. The first time that you beat the final boss of the game, right? And then you beat the other final boss of the game, because there's two paths in this game instead of one, right? The journey to beat both of those, the way that you get built up, the story that's introduced, the boss progression, the learning all the different systems, the spacing out, the different boons that unlock, the different subsystems that get introduced, your dialogue that opens up with people in your hub. I think I already talked about that. After your first run, it's a 10. It's a 10, guys. It's a 10. You can't do it better. You can't do it better. But the problem is, even though that's probably 15 hours into the game, more than 15, more like 25. Probably less than that if you're good. Actually, I don't know. I might be completely wrong. First time beating both routes, 25 hours. That sounds about right to me. Yeah. 25 hours, right? But the problem is the game's not done after your first run, okay? The game's not done after your first run because they do the same fucking thing as Hades 1, which was my same complaint in that game, which is you need to beat the game 10 times to get to the credits. You actually need to beat it, I think, 13 or 14 times now in Hades 2 to get to the credits. And let me tell you, runs 1 through 2, when you finally get your first 2 clears, like I said, on the 2 routes, amazing. And then, wow, look at this, another pattern in nitpicks I have today. Then 10 hours of filler to do every other run. And then you get to your last run where there's some more unique stuff that's happening. Why do they have to do this, man? Why do they have to do this? I thought about like almost not even counting all the other routes. But you have to, But you have to, because if we're judging the story based on just the first route, then it's also not a 10, right? So this is the problem here. The story becomes increasingly interesting as you progress, but everything that I'm like personally interested in terms of gameplay wise has kind of evaporated. Now that's not to say that there's nothing to do, because you can switch out to your different weapons, you can spec into different things, try different routes. You can, the heat meter's back. They don't call it heat; it's something else. And you can do all that. But why would I? Because I want to get to the end of the story. So why am I going to make the game harder for myself? And grind out another dozen runs to get a clear on purpose, right? I want to wait until I get to the end of the story because you have me interested, and then I'm going to do that, right? But then if I do that, these runs become filler. So it's either, which problem do you want? Do you want these runs become filler in the middle, or do you want the problem of the pacing is horrible? Right? Which one do you want? So I played it one way, but regardless, I think it's still an issue. Now, that being said, I think they do more with the clears between the middle and the ending of the game than in Hades 1. They do more with it. And that's even before they rewrote the ending, by the way. Let me talk about that for a second. So they rewrote the ending, which is annoying. I don't like hold it against this game on a rating basis, but like the fact that I waited until 1.0 for this game to come out, and then a month later, they're like, "Oh yeah, by the way, we rewrote like most of the story," and it's like, you didn't do that in a month because it's completely new fucking voice acting and like changing the direction of the scenes and all that shit, right? So you did not do this in a month. You knew that this was going to be changed, and you released the game with your fucking your placeholder story, but you updated the game a month later. Like, as someone who waited until 1.0 until they left early access, that kind of feels like bullshit. But anyways, that aside, right? The contents of what they changed in terms of what they're going for in the story, it's the same, mostly. The thing that changed is that they added more detail, they added more context, made some characterization more clear instead of like theorizing headcanon, which is surprising for Supergiant. I'm just gonna say it, which is surprising, but they did that. And either way, what they stumble into is a story that shows. Okay, I'm not gonna go super deep into spoilers because I'm tired, boss. Right? Like I've already talked about this too many times, but it's they present interesting ideas and they're kind of cowards at the end. They're like kind of cowards. There's a little bit of HMA at the end, not a little bit, a lot bit HMA, and some like heavy emotions welling up that are well earned. Okay, don't get me wrong, but I still go back to this. You have to beat the game 13 times thing, man, because the way they set shit up is just so. The term suspend disbelief is used a lot when referring to fiction, right? I don't know. Some stuff happens and it's just like really, and that's not to discount all the good that's going on in the game in the background. They again like there is some real depth here to dissect with the themes that that they're choosing to discuss, the way that the characters intersect with it. Um, I don't know, a lot of just like good self-contained character moments that are pretty memorable in general. You know, the your main character Mel is uh, very well characterized. She's a very interesting person to play as. I haven't even touched on this part of it, but it's like I guess this is your TLDR of the story, right? The theme is like kind of the same as Hades one, but they're inverting it. Not a surprise for a sequel. Um, Mel is someone who was taken away at birth, so she doesn't really know her family, but like she was taken in by uh, a group called the Silver Sisters, as weren't called that at the time, would later be known as to be called by that. Blah 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 blah. So she's part of the Silver Sisters, which, by the way, this actually spoils the game in hindsight, which I think is kind of badass. But you know, you learn at some point during the game that they're called the Silver Sisters because it's in relation to the moon. You know, the moon's a part of a lot of their character designs, including Mel's. And there's the moon iconography because of Nyx. And if you know anything about Nyx from Hades 1, kind of gives away where the game's going, right? And you end up getting there, even though Mel starts at a point which, and the way when they explain why this happens, it's kind of fucking Kino of, she doesn't know her family really, and she doesn't understand anything except she was raised as kind of a child soldier, if we're being honest, right? To have just one goal, which is, you know, death to Kronos, because Kronos is, you know, the guy who fucked over your family, right? So I hate that guy, death to Kronos. And that's your start of the game. And as you go through the game, this sheltered child who has a very like limited understanding of the world and what's going on and what anything is, begins to slowly learn more and more about what's going on, and things are more complicated than she thinks. You know, and much like Zagreus, she has a complicated relationship to family that ends up showing itself later on in the game when she chooses to open up as a person, as a character. It's good shit. And it's good shit. The ending is... I know there's been a lot of talk about the ending of this game, man. And this is even after they changed it. It's like... I go back to what I was saying before. The biggest problem is that it's hard to suspend disbelief, frankly. It's hard to suspend disbelief. And, like, I get what they're going for, but I don't know. Right? Like, I don't know. And I don't know. In Supergiant fashion, there's some interesting plot threads that aren't left on the cutting room floor necessarily as much as like I just wish you gave us a little bit more, right? Wish got a little bit more conclusion on that, right? But that's what you get, I guess. I'm not like super doomer on the ending like a lot of people. I think that's kind of weird, actually. Like, some people really, really, really hate the ending of the game. Like, and again, the first ending I saw was before they rewrote it. I think the rewritten one's better, but it's like kind of the same, you know? I don't get why people hated that shit so much, to be honest with you. Like, really viscerally hated it. I thought it was like a little underwhelming. But some people really hated that shit. That's not me. And that's probably why I have this as a 9, right? Because for a lot of people, that was the biggest detractor. I think it's fine. I think it's a thinker. It kind of grows on you a little bit. And if it's like, if you're picking up what they're putting down throughout the game, it's not super surprising where they go with it. The execution is still kind of weird, though, even in the rewrite. But awesome game. Hades 2 is the new greatest roguelite of all time. It's the newest one. So we'll see if anything's going to beat it. I mean, after Hades 1, we had nothing but roguelites for 5 years. So, is the trend going to continue? Hades 2, it's going to be hard to beat this one. I'm going to be honest. So, okay. And that is it. That is my games and review stream. This is where I probably cut the VOD